My name is Jiang Lusher, just an ordinary college student. 10 days from now, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire world is going to end. And right now, aside from me, almost nobody on Earth knows it. You probably think I've lost my mind. Honestly, a week ago, I thought I'd lost mine too. It all started at noon today. During the day, the temperature climbed past 90 degrees, hot enough to melt you where you stood. Then at night, the mercury would drop like a stone, leaving people shivering. The whole city was cursing this miserable weather. And me? I was holed up in a rented room barely 150 square feet in the south part of the city. The place was pathetically small. The living area and the bed were crammed together, with the kitchen and bathroom side by side on the other end. The air conditioner droned on, buzzing away, annoying as hell. But I couldn't care less about any of that. I was staring at the television, dead set, not even blinking. You might not believe it, but a week ago, this crummy TV of mine had never been used for anything except watching ball games. Watch the new news? I'd never once done that in my whole life. Yet today, I wasn't just sitting in front of the TV. I was also staring at the stopwatch on my phone, counting down second by second. Because I knew that today, at 12:45 and 51 seconds, a news story would air. A story that would decide whether I believed in the end of the world or not. The moment arrived. On the TV, the anchor's voice came right on schedule. And now for an international news item. An international team of scientists has just held a press conference, announcing that in the permafrost of the Russian Far East region of Siberia, they have discovered a prehistoric supervirus. The scientists say the research is still in its early stages, and for now they cannot determine whether this virus will infect humans or animals. This is it. I shot up off the bed. My hand trembled as I hurried to check my phone. 12:45. Right on the dot. I sucked in a sharp breath. This was already the third time. Over the past week, I'd known about several major international news stories before they happened. Which head of state suddenly missed an important event? Which international conference got abruptly canceled? Stories other people saw and forgot in an instant, but I'd known they were coming. It's not like I have some superpower to see the future. The truth is, a week ago, something new suddenly appeared inside my head. It's called the star seed. Even now, I can't really explain what it is. All I know is that from the moment I discovered it, a flood of information poured straight into my brain. And that included all this news that hadn't happened yet. Among all those news stories, the most critical one was today's. Because once this story was confirmed, it meant the other thing the star seed had told me would also come true without a doubt. A viral outbreak. The end of the world. Arriving for real. Now you understand why I was glued to that TV. I wasn't watching the news. I was gambling on whether or not I was crazy. Turns out, I wasn't. Of course, at first I didn't believe it. Who could? You open your eyes one morning, and out of nowhere a voice in your head says, the world's about to end. Would you buy that? Sunlight streaming through the window, breakfast stalls steaming down below. Everything so normal, so ordinary. The apocalypse? Give me a break. But now, the hard proof was staring me in the face. I believed it. And once I did, a chill crept up my spine. Because I'd done the math, I only had 1 week left. What made my skin crawl even more was something I'd slowly pieced together. The higher-ups in those countries had actually known about the virus for a while. They were quietly making plans to bail out, and just keeping every ordinary citizen in the dark. Why hide it? Because this virus spread too fast, so fast it couldn't be contained at all. If they went public, it would only throw the whole country into chaos. So ordinary people knew nothing. They kept going to work, going to school, scrolling their phones, never noticing that certain big shots had already quietly vanished from public view. And today's press conference about the virus? To put it bluntly, it was the last scrap of mercy those higher-ups were leaving for ordinary people, so that everyone could, at least not die completely clueless. 10 days from now, at 2 in the afternoon, disaster would come crashing down without warning. And at this moment, all those people were still leisurely scrolling their social feeds, sharing this news story, at most gasping a couple of times. Whoa, a prehistoric virus, so scary. Then swiping their finger and moving on to the next post. Should I post something to tell everyone the truth? Don't even think about it. For years now, the internet's been flooded with Mayan prophecies, 2012, and end-of-the-world jokes. Stacks of books, piles of movies. People are long since immune to that whole topic. I could put up a post and nobody would believe it. Worse, it might even get deleted. After all, everything I know is genuine insider information. If it caught the attention of certain people up top, I'd only be asking for trouble. Not worth it. So I have no intention of playing the savior. I just want to do one thing: survive. And what the Starseed gave me is more than these useless news previews. Its real function is that it can give an ordinary, physically helpless guy like me the ability to protect himself in the apocalypse. It can modify machinery and upgrade equipment. But there's a catch. I have to provide it with a base object to modify, along with the materials. The first thing that popped into my head was a vehicle. Right, a mode of transportation. That's the most practical thing in an apocalypse, and the easiest to modify. A sedan? That was the first thing I crossed off. Too delicate, totally useless once chaos breaks out. Those apocalypse forum posts online always recommend off-road vehicles, but I wasn't impressed. Too little space. What I really wanted in my heart was one of those giant freight trucks that barreled down the highway like trains, with wheels as tall as a person. But those are way too rare, so I could only daydream about it. After weighing all my options, I finally settled on one thing: a minibus. Roomy, could hold supplies, could house people, plenty of room to modify. That was the one. But then came the problem. A minibus costs hundreds of thousands. Could I afford one? I felt around for my bank card and gave a bitter laugh. I'd just stockpiled every supply I could online: rice, flour, cooking oil, compressed high-energy food, drinking water, first aid meds, a windbreaker, durable shoes, disposable underwear. I'd even gone out of my way to buy a combat knife off a local dealer for self-defense. After that whole shopping spree, my account balance was down to less than 1,000. Broke wasn't even a strong enough word for my situation. If I owned a house, I'd sell it cheap in a heartbeat. But too bad, my family's house had been sold back when I was in high school. That year, my parents passed away one after the other. To cover living expenses and tuition for me and my little sister, selling the house was the only option. Ever since then, the two of us had been renting. The little bit of money in my account was what was left over from that sale, and now it was almost gone. Even if I sold off the TV, the computer, and all the other electronics, I'd only scrape together a few thousand more, a drop in the bucket. As for stealing or robbing someone, I'm just an ordinary student. My chances of pulling it off would be 10% at best, while the odds of getting caught were easily 80% or higher. Forget it. I wouldn't buy a vehicle. I'd rent one. But even renting cost money. I checked online. Your most basic minibus rents for over 1,000 a day. Rent it for 10 days, and that's 15,000. And that didn't even count the metal and materials I'd need for the modifications. That amount of money had sweat beating on my forehead. Lying on my bed, I took several deep breaths, but my heart was still racing. Well, of course it was. I'm just a student who got suddenly shoved to the edge of life and death. It'd be a miracle if I could stay calm. After thinking it over for a while, I grabbed my phone, opened up QQ, scrolled to the roommates group, and found a guy named Lee Jun. His icon was lit up, so I immediately fired off a message. "Lee Jun, you around?" "Beep, beep, beep." He replied pretty fast. "See my new status display, bro?" Only then did I notice a line of text under his ID, online via iPhone 7. Nice. No wonder he was flaunting his online status like that. The iPhone 7 had just launched this month, out only a few days, ridiculously expensive, and hardly anyone had gotten their hands on one. And here he was, already using one. No wonder he sounded so smug. That phone must have cost 7 or 8 grand, huh? I marveled. That kind of price was something I wouldn't even dare imagine. He got even more worked up. 7 or 8 grand. How would that get you a first batch unit? I hired someone to grab it for me. Paid 2 grand extra. One phone. 10 grand. I really was at a loss for words. My parents died early, and I had to look after my little sister, so I'd been pinching pennies my whole life. Today's shopping spree was the freest I'd ever felt spending money in my entire life. A $10,000 phone, just thinking about it was terrifying. But it looked like Lee Jun had cash to spare. I hurried to type. "Let's talk business first. I've got something to tell you. You free next Tuesday?" "Next Tuesday? Let me think, bro." "Oh, right. I met a cute girl on WeChat a while back. I'm taking her to a bar next Tuesday, and after we drink, you know the deal? Just watch me seal the deal." Reading that, I got a splitting headache. I chewed it over for a long while. then force myself to say, uh, next Tuesday, I want to get everyone together to play games. Could you just stay in the dorm and not go out? Lock all the doors and windows. Huh. He clearly didn't get it. After a 2-second pause, he replied, not gonna happen. Bro's busy. I sighed and shook my head. Deep down, I knew that even if he obediently stayed in the dorm with everything locked up tight, he still couldn't escape the virus. Because just like everyone else, he was already carrying it. Whether he'd turn into a monster 10 days from now depended entirely on his own physical constitution. Locking the doors and windows was just in case he pulled through, so he wouldn't get bitten to death by the mutated things outside. But he wouldn't listen, and there was nothing I could do. I sent another message. Lee Jun, I need money urgently right now. Could you pay back the $2,000 you borrowed from me? Money? Oh, don't worry. I've got it written down. I'll pay you back in a couple days. I frowned. I need it right now. You could say it's money that'll save my life. You're in that big a hurry? Hang on. That girl's calling me. Let me take this. We'll talk later. I held my phone and waited for ages. He never replied. His icon went dark. I shook my head and opened another roommate's icon, Luo Ming. Luo Ming, can you lend me $2,000? I'm broke lately. Dumped my whole living allowance into a game. I was about to borrow money from you for food. What do you need it for? Never mind then. It's fine. I knew Luo Ming was a gaming addict. His family was reasonably well off, but he could never hold on to a dime. I was just taking a shot in the dark. Before signing off, I added one more line. Luo Ming, listen to me. Next Tuesday, just stay in the dorm and play your games. Seal the doors and windows tight. Don't go out. Remember that, okay? Huh? What's up? Just remember it. I closed the chat. I'd done everything I could. The one who owed me money wouldn't pay, and the ones I wanted to borrow from had nothing. As for my other classmates, either I wasn't close with them, or they were broke themselves. We were all students, after all. A few $100, sure, but thousands? Who had that? I stared at the ceiling, muttering to myself. Looks like I'll have to think of something else. Holding my phone, I scrolled through the icons one by one. Suddenly, one flashy icon jumped out at me. Slicked back, gleaming hair, sporting a big pair of sunglasses. This guy was Ma Hao, a campus celebrity. But he wasn't famous for having any real talent. He was famous for his connections. You could tell just from the fact that even a nobody like me had him added on QQ. Honestly, Ma Hao and I lived in two different worlds. I was quiet by nature. Outside of my own class, hardly anyone in the whole school knew me. He, on the other hand, was smooth as silk and knew everybody. I suddenly remembered something Li Jun had once told me. Ma Hao had a friend who ran a campus loan operation. Just how dirty was that business? Some girls, in order to borrow money, had to send over not just their ID cards and student IDs, but even some indecent photos. And if they couldn't pay it back, those photos and personal details would get sent to their classmates, their teachers, even their families. The first time I heard about this, I was so furious I couldn't speak. Most of those girls, frankly, just wanted to buy some stuff, feed a little vanity, and ended up shoving themselves into a pit of fire. Ma Hao would also often get photos from his friend and post them in class group chats to share, with a crowd of people gathering around to gawk and critique. To be honest, I didn't have much sympathy for those kinds of girls. And there was a time I would never in a million years have imagined I'd touch something this filthy. But now, staring at that icon, I suddenly felt this was an opportunity. The world's ending anyway. Who's afraid of debt? I called him straight up. Ma Hao, can I borrow some money from your friend? His reply came lightning fast. Sure. What department and class are you in? Without a word, I snapped a photo of my student ID and sent it over. After he confirmed it, he asked, how much do you want? 20,000. Since it was a loan shark anyway, I wasn't going to be shy about it. Plus, I had a feeling 20 grand was about the ceiling. Any more, and he probably wouldn't dare lend it. My family's situation was something he could figure out with a single inquiry. The other end was clearly startled. 20 grand, an astronomical figure for a student. Those girls taking out loans only borrowed a few thousand or a few hundred. What do you need that much for? Ma Hao asked. Even if your girlfriend needed an abortion, it wouldn't cost that much. I've got something extremely important to deal with. Don't ask. Just tell me straight. What are your terms for lending it? Well, he thought about it. Your student ID stays with me, and you give me your home address. You write me an IOU with the amount listed as 50,000. Plus, you record a video reading the IOU aloud and stating clearly that you're borrowing this money of your own free will. Once you pay it back, I'll destroy all of it right in front of you. 20 grand. How long do you plan to keep it? 1 month. Then when the time comes, you'll owe me 25,000. He said it slow and casual. We're at the same school, so I'm not worried about you skipping out on me. You know what I mean. Fine. Inwardly, I clicked my tongue. This interest rate was even nastier than the loan sharks out on the street. And I saw right through it in an instant. This whole friend thing was nonsense. Even if Ma Hao wasn't running the operation himself, he definitely had a cut in it. He was so confident, not the least bit worried I'd run off, which meant he probably had plenty of tricks up his sleeve to make a person's life a living hell. But I sneered inwardly. Interest rate, threats, whatever, the world was ending. Why would I care about some Ma Hao? That afternoon, I first locked down a rental company online, then headed to the spot Ma Hao and I had agreed on. Once all the paperwork was done, the money was in hand. As Ma Hao transferred the money, he looked me up and down, unbearably curious. What on earth are you borrowing all this money for? To do something big. I put on an air of mystery. You'll understand in a week. Ma Hao was so stumped he couldn't say a word, his face reading. Is this guy sick in the head? He was starting to feel a faint tinge of regret. But the money was already transferred, so he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it, whether I was crazy or not. No student had ever dared stiff him on a debt. The moment the 20 grand hit my account, I headed straight for the rental company. A minibus isn't something you see all over the streets like sedans. I'd called around to every rental shop online before finding one that still had a vehicle available. They pushed me to hurry over, saying they could only hold it for 2 hours at most. I jogged the whole way and arrived a full hour early. When I spotted the sign from a distance, my heart skipped, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The storefront was small but tidily arranged. Behind the reception desk stood a girl with a ponytail, sweet-looking. She wore the company uniform, a simple outfit that made her look clean and fresh. She seemed only 18 or 19, with a young, unpolished face. She was talking to another customer in a suit, and when she saw me come in, she gave me a sweet smile and a nod, signaling for me to wait a moment. I was a little taken aback. This receptionist really was young. I sat down on the nearby sofa and caught sight of a level 6 English vocabulary book tucked at the corner of her desk. It clicked for me. This girl was probably a student, maybe even from my own school, working here to earn some living expenses. The rental shop was close to the university, so hiring a sweet-faced female student as a receptionist wasn't just cheap, it also drummed up business. 2 birds, 1 stone. Before long, she finished chatting with that customer and turned to me. Hello, I'm your customer manager, Wen Xiaodian. You can call me Xiaowen. I'm happy to help you. That fresh, youthful face paired with such a rehearsed, businesslike greeting was oddly charming. Not off-putting at all, actually kind of cute. I stood up. Hi, I'm the one who reserved the minibus online. Ah, about that. An awkward look crossed the girl's face, and her voice dropped low. I'm so sorry. The last minibus was just rented out by this gentleman here. When I'd called earlier, she was the one who'd taken my order. But her boss had turned around and rented the vehicle out to someone else, and she felt terrible about it. Still, she was just an employee. There was no way she could override her boss's decision. I'm really, truly sorry, she said with an apologetic smile. If you're able to wait, you could rebook now, and there should be a vehicle available in a few days. Once this customer's done with it, he'll return it. Hearing that, I got anxious. Wait a few days? I couldn't afford to. But this was the only company with an available vehicle, and right now I had no other option. My mind raced, and I suddenly asked, has the payment been made yet? Huh? Not yet. But we're about to sign the contract. When Xiaodian looked puzzled, not understanding why I was asking. The man in the suit shot me a glance, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He could tell I was in a hurry, but that was my problem for showing up a step too late. And since the online reservation hadn't been paid for, the boss could back out of it anytime he wanted. Oh, good. If it hasn't been paid for, then this is easy. I said each word deliberately. Tell your boss I'll add 200 a day and rent it for a week, with an option to extend next week. I'll only use it within the city, so there won't be much wear and tear. when Xiaodian froze and turned to look at the man in the suit, unsure what to do. This was clearly the first time she'd run into a situation like this. Make it 300, I added. She hesitated. The amount was no small thing now, and I really was in an obvious rush. Sir, per company policy, I have to make a call to check. She said it apologetically to the man in the suit. That guy was utterly speechless. A moment ago he'd been gloating, and now his face went stiff. He hadn't expected some deep-pocketed rival to come charging in out of nowhere. Forget it, don't bother calling. Just rent it to him, the man in the suit said, waving his hand. Anyone could guess how that phone call would turn out. No need to make a fool of himself. I'm so sorry, when Xiaodian apologized again. And you won't even need the vehicle until the weekend. How about I arrange something for you in a couple of days? You see, this customer needs it urgently. The man in the suit, seeing that I looked barely 20 and every bit a student, couldn't help but ask, Kid, you're renting a vehicle for this long. What exactly are you using it for? Just parking it, I answered. Park, he choked, probably thinking. Kids these days, rich enough to do whatever they please. I couldn't be bothered with the flabbergasted looks on their faces. At this point, I didn't care in the slightest what anyone thought of me. I quickly signed the contract with the company. I scanned the terms. Sure enough, this kind of rental agreement was brutally strict on customers, with all kinds of penalties at every turn. Even a single extra scratch would cost a fortune. But I only glanced at it, then flourished my pen and signed my name. Inwardly, though, I sneered. This vehicle wouldn't just be getting a few scratches from me. We'll need to hold your ID card here, the receptionist said with a beaming smile. Smack. I slapped down the ID card I'd already been clutching in my hand and took the keys. I'd taken 2 steps toward the door when I backed up again, scratching my head a little awkwardly. Could you help me find a driver to take the vehicle back for me? I didn't have a license yet. Sitting inside the minibus, the first thing I did was call my little sister. Even though I knew, deep down, that this call probably wouldn't go through either. Long before the star seed appeared, my sister had gone deep into the mountains with a survey team. In a place like that, the signal came and went. Getting even 1 bar was a stroke of luck. The apocalypse was almost upon us, and yet my sister, Jiang Zhuing, was still off in some mountain ravine, totally out of reach. Tell me, isn't that the worst possible news? But one thing put me a little at ease. The starseed had told me that neither my sister nor I would be infected by the virus. Besides, this survey trip of hers was supposed to wrap up in the next couple of days. She and I had depended on each other since we were kids. If the apocalypse came crashing down while she was still stuck in the deep mountains with no word, I'd lose my mind. I dialed, and sure enough, the number you have dialed is powered off. I sighed and switched to a text. The second you see this, call me back. My phone's on July 24th, waiting for you. I knew my sister. Normally, she was a wild little thing, but whenever I put something to her this seriously, she'd call back the instant she hit a spot with signal. Boss, want me to stop here? The rental company's driver parked the minibus below my building, curiously scanning the surroundings. I couldn't blame him for being puzzled. This was one of the oldest, nearly obsolete neighborhoods in Jiangbei City. All buildings from the 90s, every household hung with the most outdated awnings and window bars. How could this be where a rich kid lived? But that wasn't his concern. Once I finished signing, he handed over the keys, got out, and left. Just me left in the vehicle. I let out a long breath. The strange thing was, after running around all day and finally getting everything in place, instead of relaxing, my heart was pounding hard. All the composure I'd forced myself to keep, all the panic I'd been ruthlessly pressing down, it seemed to burst out all at once in that moment. I sat frozen in the seat for 5 or 6 minutes before slowly coming back to myself. Well, of course, the world was ending. Who wouldn't be shaken? Once my emotions settled, I followed the star seed's guidance, got up and moved to the driver's seat, sat down, and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. Then I closed my eyes. In that instant, like a switch clicking on, a picture suddenly appeared in my mind. I saw the steering wheel my hands were gripping. The viewpoint first swept left and right, then shot upward, taking the entire vehicle into view. Right after, the body turned transparent, and every single part inside and out came into crystal clear focus. I knew this was the star seed scanning the vehicle, but knowing the principle was one thing. Experiencing it firsthand was another. It felt like wearing a top-of-the-line VR headset, the kind you'd only find in a sci-fi movie. Back when VR first came out, I'd been dying to try it, but it was too expensive, and I never brought myself to buy one. Now, out of nowhere, I was experiencing something even more advanced than VR. The scan complete, the vehicle's information surfaced in my mind, item by item. Model, midsize passenger bus, 14 seats. Age, 10 years. Power, gasoline. Top speed, 110 kilometers per hour. Faults, engine deterioration, were on all parts. Translated into plain terms, this was an old minibus, worn out beyond redemption, probably retired from tour service and scooped up by the rental company on the cheap. A vehicle like this was bound to break down the moment you drove it. Renting it out was pure daylight robbery. But I didn't care about these minor faults in the slightest. Landing a minibus for a little over 10 grand was already a steal. Next came the main event. The Star Seed could modify the vehicle in several different directions. After thinking it over, I chose base vehicle. This option required the most materials, but it was also the most practical. Soon, the list of materials needed for the modification laid itself out in my mind. I took one look and sucked in a sharp breath. 100 pounds of steel, 100 pounds of copper, screws in all sorts of sizes, 10 kilograms of titanium alloy, 10 square feet of leather, and a whole batch of strange items I couldn't even name. Never mind the rest. Just those first few things were no small amount. Titanium alloy went for 500 or 600 a kilogram, and those strange materials looked terrifyingly expensive at a glance. This list blew right past my budget. My mind raced through the calculations. The money I had left, plus whatever I could get from selling off my belongings. Would it be enough? Those "get a loan in 1 minute with just your ID" ads were plastered everywhere on the roadside. But my student ID was with Ma Hao, my ID card was with the rental company, and my property deed, that had been gone for ages. For a moment, I really was at a total loss. Forget it. Let me just order everything I can afford first. I pulled out my phone. The screen lit up, and 2 missed calls popped up. From the timestamps. They'd probably come in while I was running around. Too noisy, I hadn't heard them. But this number, I didn't recognize it. I called back. Hello. Jiang Lushir, a girl's voice on the other end. Sweet and soft. Speaking. I saw that you called me. May I ask what this is about? It's me, Li Yusin. The moment that name came out, I froze. I'd assumed this was 100% a business call, either the rental company, or a delivery, or customer service for that pile of goods I'd bought. But never in a million years did I expect it to be a girl I knew. And what's more, a girl who was especially popular. Li Yusin and I. You couldn't say we had no history, but it wasn't much. Actually, we'd been in the same class since high school, and even sat at the same desk. Her family was well off, she was gorgeous, and her personality was sweet and likable. She was incredibly popular in class. Back then, I'd secretly watched the profile of her face as she gazed out the window lost in thought, watched the strands of her hair lifting in the breeze, and I'd space out for what felt like forever. She was great at everything, except for one thing. Math gave her a splitting headache. And as luck would have it, I was pretty good at math. So she always came to me for help with problems. She listened so intently when I explained, so intently that her hair would fall and brush against the back of my hand without her even noticing. Then, my parents had their accident. I missed a whole month of school. When I came back to the classroom, I was a changed person, withdrawn, suffocating, and I moved myself alone to the very back row. Li Yusin would sometimes glance over my way. Several times, when we passed each other in the hallway, she'd part her lips as if she wanted to say something, only to swallow the words back down in the end. After that, the two of us gradually drifted apart. Even after we later tested into the same university in the same city, we still never got back in touch. That little flutter of feeling from back then, I'd quietly buried deep in my heart. Now, hearing her voice again through the phone, my heart couldn't help but ripple with a trace of emotion. Her voice was still like a gentle breeze, faint, soft. It's really been a long time, hasn't it? I couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, she said quietly. A long time. By the way, what did you need me for? I heard from Li Jun that you're really strapped for cash right now, she said. I'm not close with him. I just happened to overhear him telling a friend of mine. I frowned. What did he say? He asked my friend out to dinner, and my friend asked who he kept messaging with his head down the whole time. He said, "You were trying to borrow money from him. So I wondered if you'd run into some kind of trouble, and I got your number from that friend." This Lee June. I was truly speechless. Not only did he owe me money and refuse to pay it back, he was out there bad-mouthing me like this. The guy just can't feel comfortable unless he's putting on a show. I simply told her the whole story, start to finish. When she'd heard it, she was furious. "I knew you weren't that kind of person. He even said you were shamelessly hounding him for a loan. Honestly, I'm going to tell my friend right now to stay far away from a guy like that." "Oh, right. So you really are short on money." "It's fine. I've already figured something out. Your Alipay is this same phone number, right? Let me transfer you some. Pay me back once you're back on your feet. We're friends. Don't be so formal with me." She paused, then laughed. "Back then, you tutored me every single day, explaining things so thoroughly you didn't leave even a moment for yourself. I never properly thanked you." I was stunned. Her laugh was still just as lovely. "Wait, there's no need. It's settled. Don't be shy about it. We're friends, right?" She laughed softly, her voice crisp as a wind chime. Of course. After hanging up, warmth spread through my chest. I never would have guessed that at a moment like this, the one to lend me a hand would be the last person I'd have expected. And from start to finish, she never once asked what I was actually borrowing the money for. Beep. The deposit notification chimed. I looked and froze again. She'd transferred me a full 20,000. There was even a message attached. "Take a little extra so you've got some breathing room. Keep whatever you don't use and pay me back later." At the end, she'd added a little emoji covering its mouth with a giggle. I stared at that line, unable to speak, my eyes growing hot. Her family had money, sure, but I knew she lived very frugally. This 20,000 had to be her own private savings, scraped together bit by bit. It definitely wasn't something she could just wave off casually. Yet the moment she heard I was in trouble, she called without a second thought. When I didn't pick up, she'd even called several times in a row. In that moment, I made a decision in my heart. I immediately called her back. The call connected, and her tone was surprisingly nervous. "What? What is it?" I was both moved and amused. "Relax. I'm not calling to return the money." "Oh." She was clearly relieved, then quickly added, "And don't thank me, either. If you thank me, then I've got to thank you for helping me back then. Without you, how could I ever have gotten into Jiangbei University?" "That's all small stuff." I first scratched my head a bit sheepishly, then gave a dry cough, my tone turning suddenly serious. "Give me your home address." "My address?" "What? Are you actually going to come to my door to pay me back?" She laughed. "Never mind why, just tell me. Don't worry, I'm not up to anything bad." I teased on purpose. All right, I live at. Go ahead, I'm writing it down." I put her on speaker, pulled out my phone, and typed it into my notes word by word. "You're actually writing it down?" Now I'm kind of nervous. "Are you really coming? Though if you're coming to visit, I'd absolutely welcome it." I could tell she was feeling a little embarrassed. I knew my request came out of nowhere. But right now, I couldn't afford to worry about that. No matter how abrupt it seemed, this was something I absolutely had to do. I drew in a deep breath, and my voice dropped low. "Yusin, next Tuesday, you have to stay home and wait for me. And not just you, your parents too. Everyone stays home. Don't go anywhere. It'd be best if you each stayed in separate rooms, and every room needs to be able to lock. If anything goes wrong, lock yourself inside your room and don't run around. I'll come find you all. Can you promise me that? This is extremely, extremely important. My life depends on it." My tone was absolute, no room for argument. I knew perfectly well that if I just came out and said the apocalypse is coming, she'd never believe it. And even if she half believed me, she'd still have to convince her parents. All that back and forth. How much time would it eat up? If I told her their lives were at stake, she'd only doubt me more, and it'd be even harder to persuade her parents. Worse still, her mom and dad might start wondering whether I'd lost my mind, whether I was cooking up something sinister. Lock myself inside my room. She was startled. Is someone going to come attack us?" "Jiang Lucier, are you mixed up in some kind of serious trouble? Is it loan sharks? Or the mob?" Her voice went suddenly panicked. I had borrowed from loan sharks, sure, but that had nothing to do with any of this. That debt was the last thing on my mind. "No, but this really is too important. You have to trust me, you absolutely have to. Please, this Okay. Okay, fine. She agreed reluctantly. The request really did sound too bizarre. You have to. Do exactly as I said. I urged her again. This. Promise me, okay? My tone was earnest to the extreme. Okay, all right. After hanging up, I let out a long breath. I'd done everything I could. As for how much of it she'd actually manage, I had no idea. But at the very least, she should stay put at home. She was kind-hearted. As long as she was worried about my safety, she'd listen to me and stay indoors. As for whether she'd ultimately survive, that was in the hands of fate. I silently prayed, God, please don't let a girl this good die in this catastrophe. As long as she was alive, I would definitely find her. With this money in hand, I immediately launched into a massive shopping spree. Whatever I couldn't buy online, I went to the markets for myself. The most maddening was one particular material. Not even the markets had it. In the end, I tracked it down at an auto parts factory. At first, the owner flat out refused to sell it. Gritting my teeth, I tacked another $500 onto the original price before I finally got my hands on it, and it was secondhand at that. As I was leaving, I caught sight of the owner rubbing his fingers together, carefully counting the bills one by one, absolutely tickled pink. I quietly shook my head. It wasn't that he didn't want to sell. He wanted to sell high. Right now, he was thrilled to pocket an extra 500. But in another week, he'd find out that money, by then, wouldn't be worth a thing. After 3 days of running around, I finally had all the materials gathered, packing the aisle and seats of the minibus to the brim. When I stuffed the last material into the vehicle, the huge weight on my heart finally dropped with a thud. I'd just made it in time. Over those 3 days, I'd covered nearly all of Jiangbei City. For a first modification, the materials were just too varied, too numerous. They touched on every conceivable area. During those days of running around, I'd also kept my eyes on the news, watching for any developments in Jiangbei City. Sure enough, it was exactly as I'd predicted. Fewer and fewer big shots were showing up in the news. On the streets, everything looked business as usual, but I could distinctly smell an undercurrent surging violently beneath the surface. Let's get started. I drew all the curtains in the vehicle shut, settled back into the driver's seat, steadied my breathing, and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. In an instant, the vehicle's entire structure once again projected clearly into my mind. It felt as though I'd sprouted an extra eye, one dedicated solely to seeing through this vehicle. Wherever I looked, the data for that part immediately popped up, and the vehicle's overall status displayed. Base vehicle, standard type, awaiting modification. Materials detected complete. Begin modification? I silently intoned. Modify. Modification commencing. Countdown, 72 hours. Vehicle cannot be driven during modification. The steering wheel in my hands seemed to surge with a strange power, trembling faintly. The modification would take 3 days, and I obviously couldn't sit in the vehicle staring at it the whole time. I curiously sat and watched for a while, noticing that every so often some of the materials would inexplicably decrease. But aside from that, I couldn't make out anything. I just got out and walked around the outside to look. No visible changes there either. Only then did I head home with peace of mind. I pushed open my front door, and a huge pile of supplies came crashing into view, practically stacked up to the doorway. It was all the stuff that had been delivered over these 3 days. The delivery guys had started giving me some strange looks. Whatever. Even if they thought I was some kind of weirdo, they'd never in a million years guess what all this stuff was for. Over these 3 days, I hadn't gone to a single class. It was the end of the world. Why would I bother with school? While the vehicle was being modified, I didn't idle either. I kept calling my sister nonstop while frantically researching online, wilderness survival, basic first aid, what medicines to take for common illnesses, plus maps of the surrounding area, going through it all. I made a point of downloading a map of the entire country onto my tablet, so I could use it without internet. This map was frighteningly detailed, from roadside corner stores to massive factories, from national highways to the tiniest backwoods village lanes. Everything was marked clearly. I forked over several $100 for that map. Those free map apps had nothing this thorough. I had no idea just how prepared I could get. But anything the forums had mentioned and that I thought might be useful, I threw it all in. The money was nearly spent, and the preparations were basically in place. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang. One glance at the caller ID, and I shot to my feet, my face lighting up with delight. Over these days, I called my sister every chance I got, and every single time it went straight to voicemail. Now she'd finally called back. Hello. Hey, bro, what's got you in such a rush? I just got off the bus. Let me tell you, this survey trip was so exciting. We went to a mountain village with this cave burial custom. Jiang Zhuiying, stop talking for a second. Listen to me. I cut off her grinning, playful chatter, my voice suddenly sharp. She must have caught the seriousness in my tone, because she immediately dropped the smile and answered softly. Bro, go ahead. But then I forced myself to calm down. Panic is contagious. I couldn't pass my terror on to her. Xiaoying, where are you right now? At school. I just split up from the survey team classmates and teachers, and I'm heading back to my dorm. My phone died, and I managed to charge it a little on the bus. That's how I got your text. This sister of mine. Normally a wild little thing, but the moment she realized something was serious, she snapped into being obedient and sharp, laying out her whole situation in just a few words. To this moment, she still had no idea what I was scheming. But ever since our parents passed, I'd been the one raising her. No matter how much she squabbled with me on ordinary days, when it came down to the crucial moments, she obeyed me unconditionally, treating me as her anchor. Don't go back to your dorm now. Book a flight and fly back here immediately. Okay, bro, hang on. After a moment, her voice came back. Bro, there are no tickets. What about tomorrow? The day after? If you have to, take a connecting flight. Don't worry about how much it costs. There's nothing. It's all gone. What do you mean, all gone? I froze, and a sudden sense of foreboding crept up from the bottom of my heart. I hammered away at the keyboard and pulled up the ticketing website. I searched one city on a whim, then another, checking one after another, and my heart sank, bit by bit. For the next 3 days, every single flight was sold out. No matter where you flew from or to, not one ticket remained. And the only tickets available were all for after the apocalypse. This absolutely could not be a coincidence. Bro, should I just buy one for 3 days from now? By then, it'd be pointless. She didn't seem to quite understand why being just 1 day late made it pointless. But she didn't press it. She thought for a moment, then said, What about the train? I'll book a train ticket. I tapped the keyboard a couple more times, and my voice dropped low. Don't bother. There are no train tickets either. For the next 3 days, not a single train ticket remained. Bro, hang on, let me go ask at the bus station. If nothing works, I'll charter a car. No, my mind raced. First, I had no idea what conditions were like on the roads. Second, even if the roads were passable, it would take her more than 2 days to get back. With planes and trains completely shut down, the highways jammed into a total mess was all but inevitable. If the apocalypse came crashing down while she was stuck halfway on the road, then she'd be as good as dead. Don't bother, I repeated. She sensed something was off in my tone, and it made her skin crawl. Xiaoying, from here on, I need you to remember every single word I say. I spoke slowly and deliberately. Don't go back to your dorm. Find somewhere with few people, a hotel, an apartment, a rental, whatever, but the security has to be good, and the more hidden, the better. Then go buy as much as you can. Drinking water, medicine, daily necessities, food. Charge your phone fully, and buy a dozen or so extra power banks. Though even I can't say for sure whether phones will still work by then. Remember, the moment you're inside, bolt the door, don't go out again, and wait for me. You have to wait for me. You have to. I repeated it heavily. The other end of the line went silent. I drew in a deep breath and finally said the words I'd been holding in for an entire week. Xiaoying, the apocalypse is coming. My sister couldn't make it back. That news struck my plan like a blow from a club. I'd had it all figured out. Once the vehicle's modification was complete, I'd load it up with a full load of supplies, pick up my sister, then pick up Li Yusin and her family, and drive all the way to a resort area over 100 li outside of Jiangbei City. I'd been to that place once. It was usually sparsely populated, yet fully equipped with every amenity, surrounded by nothing but wilderness. I'd get us settled there first, then slowly observe the situation and take things one step at a time. After all, though I knew the apocalypse was coming, I had no real sense of what the world would actually look like afterward. With this vehicle, we'd at least be far safer than most people. But now, that whole plan had gone up in smoke. Not only could I not head for the outskirts right away, I now had to make for Jinling City, more crowded, more bustling. And I knew nothing about what awaited me on that journey. I couldn't even say when I'd arrive. That was why I'd urged my sister over and over, stockpile plenty of supplies, and be sure to wait for me to get there. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that this vehicle needed 3 whole days to be modified, I'd have wanted to hit the road right then. But without this vehicle, I was just a physically helpless college student. How could I possibly cut a bloody path through a horde of zombies and bring my sister back? That night, my sister sent me a location pin. She'd rented a teacher's apartment in a small alley next to her school, living on the top floor, the 6th. She even sent me photos, 2 rooms stacked full, enough food, clothing, and supplies to last her a whole month. Bro, don't worry, she sent, followed by a big smiley face. I told her everything about the apocalypse. The only thing I hadn't breathed a word about was the star seed in my head. It wasn't that I didn't trust her. It was just too complicated to explain, and there was no need to drag everything onto that topic. I hadn't expected her to actually believe me. And I'd expected even less that, facing an apocalypse about to come crashing down, she'd stay this composed. Not only in the mood to snap photos, but even to send emojis. I knew that, deep down, she was still uneasy. But no matter how much she believed, as long as she'd do exactly as I said, that was enough. Good. Don't go out starting today. Seal the doors and windows. Protect yourself. Except for me. No matter who comes, don't answer, don't open the door. Even if it's someone you know. It was the end of the world. Laws, morals, none of it applied anymore. I knew it sounded a bit heartless, but I made a point of warning her anyway. How many apocalypse movies had that scene where someone gets killed over a single pack of crackers? In real wars, plenty of people had committed murder over a single mouthful of food. The truth was, I wasn't that cold-blooded. If I were by her side, as long as I could keep myself safe, I'd be willing to lend a hand and save people too. But the problem was, I wasn't by her side now, and I couldn't protect her. So all I could do was force her into absolute safety, not risking even a sliver of danger. Got it, she replied. Seeing her agree obediently, I finally breathed a little easier. As long as she was safe, the main event that followed was figuring out how I could get to Jinling City as fast as possible. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Over those 3 days, the tone of the TV news started to feel off too. Quite a few reports had faintly picked up on the signs, traffic anomalies, tensions in the situations of various countries. But none of this caught the attention of ordinary people at all. They still went to work 9 to 5, dropped their kids off at school, and picked them up, bought groceries, cooked dinner. I just holed up at home, occasionally heading out to scope things out. During this time, Li Jun and Luo Ming each sent me a few messages. Li Jun's, I couldn't even be bothered to read. Luo Ming's were kind of amusing. Buddy, you okay? That money you borrowed. You didn't run off with a girl, did you? If you don't get back to class soon, you're gonna fail. Just remember, don't go out on Tuesday. Stay in the dorm, bolt the door, and play your games. I urged him again. Whether he'd listen or not was another matter. Why's it gotta be Tuesday specifically? Wait, isn't tomorrow Tuesday? I drew in a deep breath. That's right. It was tomorrow. That night, I didn't even know how I managed to fall asleep. Before sleeping, I first hired 2 people to haul all the supplies over next to the minibus. Then I mass messaged everyone in my contacts and made a point of warning Li Yusin and my sister one more time. Once I'd done all that, I sat down on the pile of supplies beside the vehicle, my nerves on edge, and before I knew it, I drifted off to sleep. Beep, beep, beep. What jolted me awake wasn't an alarm clock, nor a warning siren, but a strange ringing that sounded off inside my head. It was the star seed. My head snapped up, and I lunged to the vehicle door in a single stride. From the outside, the minibus was still that same beat-up wreck, not a single change. But the moment I grabbed the door handle, the vehicle's information immediately surfaced in my mind. A faint current of electricity slid across my palm. With a soft click, the door opened. I paused for a second. This door turned out to be security sensor equipped. Only I could open it. The instant I climbed inside, my eyes went wide and my mouth fell slightly open. I was completely dumbstruck. The interior space and structure had been utterly transformed. It was like something from an entirely different world compared to before. All those densely packed materials had vanished without a trace. Where there had once been rows upon rows of cramped seats, now there were only two side-by-side sofa-like soft seats, with a table and shelves beside them. The whole cabin was partitioned into several sections, all divided by sliding doors that looked distinctly high-end at a glance. I slid each door open to look, small as a sparrow, but with every organ intact. There was a bathroom, a kitchen, and even a little bedroom, the bed soft and plush, looking downright comfortable. I admired everything to my heart's content before suddenly snapping back to myself and hurrying to the driver's compartment. The driver's compartment had transformed too. Not only was it partitioned into its own little enclosed room, but the interior was insanely cool. A large display panel, and the area around the steering wheel looked just like a spaceship control console, densely packed with all sorts of buttons and levers. I sat down in that fully leather soft seat and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. In an instant, the vehicle's information came flooding clearly into my mind. At the same time, those buttons and levers around the dashboard lit up with indicator lights, one after another. Base vehicle, standard edition, modification complete. Model, base vehicle, standard edition, disguised in minibus exterior. Space configuration, one bedroom, one kitchen, one bathroom, one small living room. Weaponry, compressed air cannon, entry-level, airflow initial velocity, 810 meters per second, capacity, 500 liters. Shell strength, grade F, can deflect ordinary bullets, impact resistant. Power, gasoline. Top speed, 300 kilometers per hour. All faults repaired. The excitement in my heart was beyond words. I was thrilled with this modification result. Of course, this was still just the standard edition, with limited functions. To truly move about unobstructed, I'd have to upgrade further. But upgrades required even more materials, and I'd had neither the time nor the money before, nor did I even know the specific list, so there was no way to prepare in advance. Still, this vehicle as it stood had already boosted my survival odds by a huge margin. I seized the time to familiarize myself with the controls, then called those two movers from last night to come over again. We'd settled last night on what needed doing today. The moment the two arrived, without a word, they got to helping me load supplies onto the vehicle. When they saw what the interior looked like, both of them froze, and the way they looked at me was completely different from before. Earlier, seeing me hold up in such a tiny rental, hoarding all that food and supplies, they'd figured I was going to open a corner store, or that I was some kind of small-time peddler. Who could have guessed this kid was driving an RV? But converting such a beat-up minibus into an RV, what was the point? Probably just a rich guy with more money than sense. I had no time to care what they thought. I just kept checking the time over and over, and kept scanning my surroundings over and over. Once all the supplies were loaded, I immediately climbed into the vehicle, shut the door and windows tight and locked, and then, nerves taut, settled into the driver's seat. To be honest, I had no real idea exactly what hour the disaster would descend, and I knew even less about what kind of scene it would be once the virus broke out. I knew only one thing. From the moment that virus was dug out of the permafrost, it had already awakened. Its infectivity was absurdly strong. It had long since crept silently across the entire world. Its danger surpassed the sum of every virus on Earth. It would lie dormant for a while, then suddenly erupt, like lighting a string of chain-linked explosives. Beep, beep, beep. A burst of ringing suddenly went off, jolting my taut nerves so hard I flinched. I quickly realized it was my phone. I hurried to answer, glancing at the caller ID. It was Lee Yusin. Hello, I'm coming over right away. Whatever you do, remember to stay home. Don't go anywhere. What I feared most was that she hadn't fully listened to me. If this call was to tell me she was going to stand me up, that would be bad. Jiang Lucier, I'm sorry, I have to leave right away. The moment she spoke, my heart sank with a thud. Leave? Go where? Lee Yusin, listen to me. You have to stay home. Bolt your door tight. This concerns. Jiang Lucier, listen to me carefully. As though she hadn't heard a word I was saying, she cut me off directly. Her tone was frighteningly grave, as if she were about to reveal something earth-shattering. You might find this hard to believe, but the apocalypse is coming, maybe in the next few days. I only found out today myself. There's a car waiting outside right now, and I have to leave immediately. Keep yourself safe first, then get to the Shunbei Expressway entrance. The military's there. Once you arrive, They should take you along to Shanghai Safe Island. She lowered her voice, speaking rapidly. Remember, you have to reach the expressway entrance today. The military's there, and they'll protect civilians evacuating. At that moment, a burst of urging shouts came from the other end. She could only hurriedly toss out one last line. Jiang Lucier, you have to remember. I'm not joking. Then the call cut off. All that was left in the receiver was a rapid, busy signal, and then dead silence. I held the phone, and for the longest time couldn't lower it. Sure enough, the evacuation had already begun. Shanghai Safe Island. I had no idea what kind of place that was. For Li Yusin's call, I felt a measure of gratitude in my heart. Even though she'd most likely called specifically to remind me, because she remembered I was supposed to come to her home today. She was still just as she'd always been, so kind. But even if she was taken away, that didn't necessarily mean she'd truly be safe. I knew perfectly well, the virus had long since spread everywhere. The scientists of all humankind had probably only discovered its existence with a jolt after it had already blanketed the entire globe. This supervirus had an extremely short onset period. From the moment the scientists worked out even a thread of understanding, to the moment they deduced the apocalypse was imminent, an enormous amount of time had been consumed. By the time humanity's leadership realized the apocalypse might truly be coming, the time left for them to mount a defense and respond was pitifully small. In such a desperate situation, there was no way they could save all of humankind. The only thing they could do was preserve humanity's elite, establish safe islands across the world to ensure the human race could continue. But before anyone boarded a safe island, there would inevitably be a bloody purge and quarantine. Perhaps at this very moment, even the scientists themselves didn't dare believe the results they'd calculated, which was why governments around the world hadn't yet dared to strike ruthlessly, hadn't yet resorted to those extreme, humanity-erasing measures. But once they witnessed with their own eyes the cruelty of the apocalypse, once they grasped just how terrifying this virus was, their methods would turn unspeakably bloody. In the time it took me to finish that call with Li Yusin, the two movers who'd taken their pay were crouched not far off, smoking and resting, occasionally throwing a glance or two at my minibus, muttering to each other. This ride, this interior, TSK, top tier. Rich people's toys really are something else. If you loaded this up with a few beautiful girls and traveled the world together, man, what a life. The two of them smacked their lips, as if they were already fantasizing about driving an RV full of beauties, roaming everywhere, sightseeing by day and at night. Hungry? There's a kitchen. Dirty? There's a shower. You could even take a couple's bath. How could it not be amazing? But right in the middle of this blissful fantasy, one of the movers was suddenly hit by a wave of dizziness. An abnormal flush rose across his face, his body swayed, and he nearly toppled over. Whoa, buddy, what's up? The other quickly reached out to steady him. It's nothing. The guy pushed his hand away and quickly recovered. What could be wrong with me? You know how fit I am. As he spoke, he even thumped his own chest, a chest that was all solid, packed muscle. Ha, I bet you jerked off too much last night, and now you're all worked up again and just crashed. The two started roughhousing, dirty jokes flying back and forth. But not far away, I silently watched this scene, without the slightest urge to laugh. Instead, a chill slowly crept up my back. Because I knew, this kind of dizziness was nothing but the prelude to the virus taking effect. The arrival of the apocalypse was probably less than an hour away now. That mover was still chattering away with his buddy, like nothing was wrong. Sitting in the vehicle watching them, my gaze gradually turned cold. But at a time like this, there was nothing I could do. Have me drive the vehicle over and kill this mover? I couldn't bring myself to do it. And besides, the moment I did something like that, it would immediately spark chaos. Doing so without being certain of the apocalypse's exact timing would only shove me into a pit of fire myself. Never mind me. Even the government was powerless. In just an hour or two, this world was destined to erupt into catastrophe. The two movers had no more work for the moment, so they simply sat down under the shade of a tree and lit up cigarettes. I glanced at the time, 1:20 in the afternoon. I silently waited. I knew that the instant the apocalypse erupted, every single person in the world would experience a violent immune reaction, including me, because all of us had been infected with the virus. The difference was that, After the immune reaction, some people would fend off the virus and survive. Others would be infected and turned into monsters. Time slipped away, bit by bit. My hands gripped the steering wheel with all their might, and cold sweat slowly seeped from my palms. I checked my watch over and over. 2 o'clock, 2:30, 2:40. Gradually, perhaps because I was too intently focused, as I stared at the hands on the watch face, I actually started seeing double. The double vision grew heavier and heavier, until even the entire watch face was wavering into several copies before my eyes. My heart lurched with sudden alarm, and a violent wave of dizziness surged up into my head. Thud! A sharp pain in my forehead. My whole body slammed hard against the steering wheel. At the same instant, an overwhelming, mountain-toppling agony crashed viciously into my head. Here it comes. It's finally here. The virus had erupted. I knew I would ultimately make it through this ordeal. But even so, this heart and lung-tearing agony hurt so badly I nearly passed out. And at that same moment, all across the world, this same scene was playing out on every single person. Headaches, hallucinations, convulsions, blood gushing from noses, fainting. Everyone's reaction was a little different, but without exception, all of them were in unbearable agony. Especially those who couldn't fend off the virus and were beginning to mutate. Their pain ran into the very marrow of their bones. Many people let out blood-curdling screams. Those screams sounded like they were being blasted straight out of the lungs. Not human voices at all, but more like the roars of wild beasts. Bang, bang, bang. On the expressway, vehicles slammed into one another, one after another. Hundreds, thousands piling up in chain reaction collisions. Sedans were crushed into iron pancakes by freight trucks, drivers dying on the spot. Some drivers, in the instant the agony struck, instinctively stomped the brakes, ear-piercing screeches slicing through the sky. Cars exploded, rolling plumes of thick smoke shooting skyward. In the cities, in factory after factory, because workers suddenly convulsed and lost consciousness, accidents erupted one after another, people dying horribly, fires breaking out everywhere. Automatic fire alarms pierced the heavens. Accidents everywhere, countless dead. And me at this moment, I'd long since slipped into a daze. I faintly heard all these chaotic sounds, but couldn't make out just what any of them were. Hallucinations flashed unceasingly through my mind. It was as if I'd returned to my childhood, when my parents were both still alive, our whole family gathered joyfully with my sister. I saw the cake my mother had painstakingly prepared on my birthday. Further on, I even saw scenes of myself starting a family and building a life, of the warm happiness with my wife and children. And that wife, somehow, faintly bore the shadow of Liusin. I stayed submerged in this dreamland, I don't know for how long. Until, at a certain moment, I jolted awake. The instant I opened my eyes, I realized my hair and clothes had long been soaked through with sweat. I was still gripping the steering wheel with all my might, my fingers gone white and numb from the excessive force. The windows and doors were locked up tight. My whole body felt drained of strength, utterly exhausted. I gasped in great mouthfuls of air, then turned my head to glance out the window, and my heart sank hard. Outside the vehicle, everything had changed. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were a hazy blur, as if draped in a heavy layer of smog. Buildings, streets, all of them were swallowed up in this gray fog, dim and indistinct, impossible to see clearly. The sky was dark, everything around a leaden gray, oppressive enough to smother the breath in your lungs. Faintly, from the distance came the chaotic wail of sirens, jabbing into my eardrums wave after wave, sending a shiver of dread through me. I glanced at my watch. 3:50, the date still today? I'd only been unconscious for a little over an hour, but that little over an hour felt like several years had passed. In this moment, I finally confirmed it. This damned, screwed-up apocalypse had truly descended. From this day on, I would be driving this vehicle, running for my life, racing down the road. I drew in a deep breath and started the vehicle. Let's go? The starseed was already bound to this base vehicle. With a single thought, all of the vehicle's information immediately surfaced in my mind. My gaze swept toward the dashboard, and instantly, usage instructions for every button and lever popped up beside it. Start, accelerate, weapon use, RAM. To be honest, my driving skills were pretty mediocre. I relied entirely on the bit of theoretical knowledge I'd picked up here and there. As for actual practice, I'd only ever done a single test drive out of curiosity. I'd originally planned to get my license, but driving school was too expensive, so I never went. I could just about handle a sedan, but driving a minibus was a completely different animal from driving a sedan. Fortunately, the Starseed didn't just teach me how to operate it. As I drove, it kept feeding me prompts and warnings the whole way. Thanks to it, my head still fuzzy and reeling, I finally managed to slowly ease the vehicle out of this open lot. The surroundings were a gray blur, and the road ahead, along with everything on either side, was hard to make out. I fought through the mild headache to clear my mind, squinting hard and staring fixedly at what lay ahead. Just as I was about to pull the vehicle out onto the main road, thud! A dark shape suddenly lunged from the side, slamming hard into my driver's side door. It scared the hell out of me. I whipped my head around to look. A face was pressed dead against my window, two hands frantically clawing at the glass and door, looking for all the world like a lunatic trying to force his way inside. That face was half covered in blood. His mouth, his teeth, all of it drenched in fresh blood too. What made my heart lurch the most was, this face, somehow, looked a little familiar to me. It was that mover, the one who'd suddenly gotten dizzy earlier. Watching a living person turn into this ghastly thing right before my eyes. Even though I'd been mentally prepared, a chill still shot straight from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head, and my scalp prickled all over. And this mutated mover was nothing like the sluggish zombies from movies and TV shows. When he'd lunged out just now, he'd been sudden and agile. The sound of him clawing at the door was piercing, and when he pounded on it, it rang out with heavy thuds, his strength terrifyingly great. His bloodshot eyes were bulging wide open, fixed unblinkingly on me inside the vehicle, an endless guttural snarl rasping from his throat. Whether drawn by the commotion he was making or not, several more human figures emerged from the gray fog behind the mover. I snapped out of my horror all at once and stomped the gas. A burst of momentum flung the mover clean off, and the vehicle charged straight out onto the main road. The instant I saw clearly what the road looked like, a chill ran through my entire body. Everywhere there were shrieks and blood-curdling screams, people fleeing in every direction, and zombies giving frenzied chase behind them. I'd barely gotten the vehicle fully onto the main road when I saw a man sprinting madly toward me. Amid his terror, he caught sight of my minibus at a glance, and of me in the driver's seat. Help! But he'd barely stretched out his hand when, from behind a sedan off to the side, a figure in a suit and tie suddenly lunged out and tackled him to the ground. With a blood-curdling scream, the man's blood instantly splattered in all directions. The suited zombie that had bitten into him abruptly jerked its head up, craning its neck to reveal a hideously twisted face and a pair of eyes gone completely bloodshot. More than a dozen zombies immediately swarmed in, surrounding the man completely, leaving only a single hand raised high, still desperately thrashing and begging for help. But in just 1 second, his screams cut off abruptly, and a huge pool of fresh blood gushed out and spread from the spot where he'd fallen. Tragedies like this were playing out in nearly every corner. This was the first time I'd ever watched a person be torn apart alive, right in front of me. Just then, the zombie that had tackled the man noticed me inside the vehicle and suddenly lunged at the minibus. The moment I saw it, I stomped the gas hard, bang, and sent it flying. I kept driving forward. Plenty of cars on the road had crashed into each other, jammed so tight there was no way through. Fortunately, my minibus had a hard enough shell that when it hit those cars parked at angles, it just plowed right over them, forcibly muscling out a path. Along the way, quite a few zombies were drawn to my vehicle, hurling themselves at it one after another, and I shook them off entirely by accelerating and swerving hard. These zombies were all absurdly strong, even the ones that had turned from children, women, or the elderly. When enough of them piled on, I even felt the whole vehicle shudder, which sent my heart pounding in fright. Several zombies lunged at me head-on and got knocked over by the vehicle, sending the body of the minibus jolting. I didn't dare look back. At a time like this, running over a few zombies was nothing, but as an ordinary person, I really wasn't ready to face that kind of gory, mangled scene head-on. The Shunbei Expressway entrance. watching the carnage filling the streets the whole way. I had no idea what condition that expressway entrance Li Yusin had mentioned was in now. I decided I'd go take a look right away. Of course, I wasn't going to any Shanghai safe island. But to get to Jinling City and find my sister, I had to take the Shunbei Expressway. The disaster had already erupted. If I took the expressway, I could make it to Jinling City and find Jiang Zhuing within a day. I knew my sister hadn't mutated either, but just the searing agony of the virus infection alone was enough to put her through hell. And after seeing with my own eyes how vicious these zombies were, my heart clenched even tighter. Even though I'd already urged her to prepare thoroughly, even though, knowing her nature, she'd surely guard herself carefully as she watched the world turn into this living hell, I still couldn't set my mind at ease. After all, she was the only family I had left, the only one I had to lean on. The closer I got to the Shinbei Expressway entrance, the more living people there were on the road. Many of them were driving too, but they were all scrambling to shove their way forward, which only jammed everything into a hopeless mess. I honked a few times from behind, but cars kept crowding forward, forcibly wedging themselves into the gaps ahead. Before long, my path forward was completely blocked. Just then, one of the cars overtook me from the side, rolled down its window a crack, and a face, both frantic and crazed, poked out, cursing me at the top of its lungs. "You idiot! Driving such a huge thing and blocking the road." Having cursed his fill, he floored it and shot out in front of me. The cars behind were honking like mad too, one head after another poking out to curse. "Is that guy up front sick in the head? Get out of the way." "Exactly. What the hell is he driving this piece of junk out here for? If you want to die, go die on your own and quit blocking the road." These few cars looked like they were all one group. The same logo was printed on their bodies. I glanced at it. It read XX Group Corporation. Probably some corporate motorcade, and along with the several cars that had just forced their way to the front, they were all part of the same bunch. Seeing these people not only frantically shoving forward, but cursing nastier and nastier, my temper flared up in an instant. Everyone wanted to live. What gave them the right to barge around like that? My vehicle was big, sure, but I was waiting my turn in line just fine. I stomped the gas and drove straight forward, ramming ahead. That car had just started to force its way across in front of me, scrape, and the whole minibus gave a shudder, then muscled its way right past its side, while that little sedan got shoved off to one side by me in a single push. The driver watched, wide-eyed, as the minibus scraped past his vehicle. First he froze, then flew into a rage, but very quickly, he was left utterly dumbstruck. He just watched, wide-eyed, as my minibus, like an unreasonable, brute-strength giant, plowed sideways through the sea of cars. Those little cars that had just been forcibly cutting in line got squeezed by my big rig into a chain, one pressed against the next, unable to budge. "You lot, wanting to cut in line?" After I muscled through, the driver was so furious he cursed his mother. Damn it, he really is a lunatic. What made him even angrier was that my luck was uncannily good. Judging by my not-so-fast speed, driving this ancient, beat-up minibus, I somehow didn't get wedged stuck in the gaps between cars. You have to understand, at a time like this, once you got stuck, there were only two roads left. Abandon the vehicle and flee for your life, or stay put and wait to die. But faced with my bulldozing charge, these cars had no choice. Curse all they wanted. In the end, they could only fall in obediently behind my tail. Just then, a burst of screaming suddenly erupted from behind. I switched on the rear camera, and the image on that screen beside the dashboard made my scalp crawl. Over 100 zombies were charging toward us from the gaps between vehicles, and even climbing straight over the rooftops, a dark, swarming mass sprinting this way. They came pouring out from the far end of the street, low snarls rasping from their throats, their bodies and hands covered in blood, gore dripping from their mouths. They moved with astonishing speed, and when they hit a car in their path, they didn't dodge at all. They just used all four limbs to clamber straight over it. People closest to them, some had barely turned their heads before they were tackled to the ground, shrill screams erupting in an instant. Others had run only a few steps before being pinned from behind. I watched with my own eyes as two people, both frantically fleeing forward. One of them, hearing the screams behind him drawing closer, suddenly flashed a look of viciousness across his face, and abruptly shoved the person beside him to the ground. Ah! That person shrieked, and before they could even scramble up, the zombies behind swarmed in. My scalp crawled at the sight. This wasn't fleeing for one's life. This was outright slaughter. These zombies, whether in speed, strength, or agility, far outclassed ordinary people. Faster, faster. Those cars up front that had cut in line were all honking frantically now. Watching the zombies draw closer and closer, the terror in their hearts had completely detonated. My vehicle was inching forward too, but there were too many cars ahead. Although the traffic kept moving, the speed just wouldn't pick up. Screams and honking blended into one deafening din. The crowd behind was surging forward like madmen, the fast ones simply shoving the people ahead of them aside. At a time like this, everyone wanted to live. Every single person had gone insane. Just then, out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly caught sight of that little sedan that had earlier tried to force its way across in front of me. Two girls were running alongside my vehicle, desperately pounding on my rear door. "Please, open the door and let us in. Save us. I'm begging you." Both girls' faces were full of panic. By the looks of it, they'd surely begged other cars for help before, but not one had been willing to stop. Watching the zombies behind close in, and with my vehicle the only one nearest to them, all they could do was plead for their lives. I knew perfectly well, the physical stamina of two ordinary girls was no match for those zombies. If they couldn't get into a vehicle, then in 2 or 3 minutes at most, they'd be torn apart alive. I watched this scene, then glanced at the distance between the zombies and that sedan. If that car would just ease off the gas a little now, open the door, and let the two girls up, there'd absolutely be enough time. But that car not only didn't stop, it actually sped up. The two girls could only chase after it with everything they had. "Mr. Driver, please open the door. You don't even have to slow down." The door was bolted, and they couldn't pull it open at all. The driver turned his head, his face contorted with fury, and cursed at the top of his lungs. "Fuck. Let go of my car right now." One of the girls suddenly put on a burst of speed and actually ran up to the driver's window, pounding on it as she shouted, "I'm begging you. Open the door. Fuck. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll run you over." The words had barely left his mouth when the driver actually yanked the wheel hard. The car swung sideways and knocked the girl clean to the ground. The girl shrieked and slammed hard onto the pavement, and the other girl staggered too. "Are you okay?" She rushed over and helped her fallen companion up. The two girls watched, faces ashen and full of despair, as that car vanished into the distance in a cloud of dust. Sitting in my vehicle, watching this scene, I knitted my brows tightly. But just then, I suddenly gave a soft, "Huh." That girl who'd been knocked down. She looked kind of familiar. I hesitated for a split second, then abruptly cranked the wheel and made a U-turn. Fuck. The cars behind were all charging forward for dear life. Forget making a U-turn, not one of them even paused. Those that had stopped were all cars that had zombies pounce onto them and block their entire view, leaving the drivers to stomp the gas blindly until they crashed head-on into a utility pole or a guardrail. And cars like that would soon have their occupants dragged out through the shattered windows, to be devoured completely while still barely alive. At a moment like this, when everyone could barely save themselves, there was actually a car reversing back? That was flat-out suicidal. The truth was, I understood it perfectly. In the apocalypse, your own life came first, of course. Saving others? That was something to consider only after you'd confirmed you were safe. But right now, my situation was different. I had a bulletproof base vehicle. Saving these two girls wasn't hard for me. As long as I stayed inside the vehicle, I was safe. No matter how many more zombies swarmed in, I had nothing to fear. What's more, that girl was someone I knew, even if we weren't exactly close. With the Starseed's real-time prompts and data corrections, I actually managed to nimbly whip the vehicle around in the midst of this chaos, then weaved left and right through the sea of cars, charging straight toward the two girls. Among the hundreds of meters of traffic, only my minibus was going against the current. And those two girls, by this point, had actually resigned themselves to their fate. The nearest zombies were already less than 100 meters from them. Even if they kept running, they'd be caught in the blink of an eye. The two of them gazed at the seemingly endless sea of cars ahead and couldn't help but start to cry. They clasped their hands tightly together, and in despair and terror, they waited for death to arrive. Just then, they saw a minibus charging straight at them. Amid the uniform rows of car rears, this minibus driving against the flow stood out sharply. Were they about to be run over and killed? That was fine too. Being run over was still better than being eaten alive. The two girls slowly closed their eyes. Screech! A sharp squeal of brakes, along with a gust of wind rushing at them head-on, made both girls suddenly open their eyes again. They saw the minibus charge right up to them, then abruptly swing into a turn, stopping so that the door landed right in front of them. The door was wide open. In the driver's seat, a young man who looked like a student was waving at them, shouting urgently, "Quick! Get in! HRRGH! HRRGH!" More than a dozen zombies had already locked onto this spot and were hurling themselves over like madmen. The girl who'd fallen snapped out of it and grabbed her companion. "Get in! Quick!" Just as she followed her companion onto the vehicle, the zombies had already pounced right behind them. Thud! A zombie slammed hard against the door. The two girls tumbled onto the steps by the doorway. When they turned to look, the doorway was packed with hideous faces, all scrambling to press against the glass, baring their teeth and snarling at them endlessly, their fingers clawing and pounding frantically at the glass. The two girls, still not recovered from their fright, had hearts pounding so hard it felt like they'd leap right out of their throats. "We're saved." The two girls felt as though they were dreaming, as if they'd just walked a full round along the line between life and death. Who could have imagined that, at the very moment they'd both been certain they were done for, a vehicle would suddenly charge over and save them? The girl who'd fallen was gasping in great mouthfuls of air, one hand braced on the handrail, and said breathlessly, "Thank you. Thank you. I'm so grateful." "You're welcome," I said. "If it weren't for you, we'd have been dead for sure." As the girl spoke, her breathing finally steadied a bit, and only then did she turn her head to look at her savior. Rushing to board just now, she hadn't gotten a clear look at what the driver looked like. Now, taking one look, she froze on the spot. We meet again. What a coincidence." I smiled and gave the two of them a light glance. This girl was none other than that receptionist from the rental company earlier, when Xiaotian. "Do you two know each other?" the other girl asked, her face suddenly lighting up with pleasant surprise. When Xiaotian stared at me, and a figure flashed through her mind with a ding, she suddenly remembered. "Ah, you're that customer who rented the minibus. Mr. Jiang." That grand, extravagant manner of mine back then, clearly coming to rent a vehicle without even a driver's license, and saying I was renting the vehicle just to park it. All of this had left a deep impression on Wen Xiaotian. That was why she could recognize me at a glance. But she never would have imagined that I'd actually remember her name, and even less that I would take such a huge risk turning around to come back and save her and her friend. "You actually remembered me." "I've got a pretty good memory," I said, though it didn't quite reach the level of never forgetting a thing. Most people, as long as they'd exchanged a few words with me, or even if I'd only met them once, I could usually recall some impression the next time we crossed paths. "Thank you." When Xiaotian's heart was brimming with gratitude. Even if I only remembered her because of my good memory, this act of turning around to save someone was already more than enough to leave her endlessly thankful. "But I thought you couldn't drive." Only then did Wen Xiaotian brace herself on the handrail and rise from the steps, giving her companion a pull as well, and the two of them stepped together into the cabin. The instant she saw the interior clearly, Wen Xiaotian was struck dumb on the spot. The other girl even cried out in astonishment. "Oh my God! What brand of luxury RV is this?" the girl exclaimed, utterly shocked. The interior of this vehicle was decked out so exquisitely. It was practically five-star hotel grade. "It's not any brand. It's the same minibus Miss when rented to me," I answered without turning my head. The girl immediately looked to Wen Xiaotian. But Wen Xiaotian was equally baffled, clearly at a total loss herself. "Your company has such a luxurious vehicle?" The girl recalled that Wen Xiaotian's part-time workplace was nothing more than a tiny little rental shop. How could it have a vehicle like this? Wen Xiaotian was stunned too. "No, we don't. Mr. Jiang rented the vehicle from us, but what he rented was clearly just an ordinary, run-of-the-mill minibus." Halfway through her words, she stopped herself, her mouth opening wider and wider, her face full of disbelief. She suddenly recalled, when this vehicle had charged toward them just now, It really had been an unremarkable, ordinary minibus. The way that vehicle had looked, now that she thought about it carefully, wasn't it exactly the one the company had rented to me? But that beat-up wreck and this luxury RV before her, aside from the outer shell, where was there even the slightest resemblance? Just as when Xiao Tian was finding this incredible thud, a muffled thump, and the whole vehicle gave a jolt. The two girls hurriedly turned their heads to look out the door and were instantly chilled to the bone by the scene outside. Outside the door, more zombies were packed together, with even more closing in. Though they didn't look toward the windows, there was no need to imagine what kind of scene that was. There were simply two mini-zombies, completely blocking the door, a dense mass of blood-stained palms and hideous faces. Under their crushing and pounding, the door kept shuddering, creaking, and groaning. These monsters, they're going to break in. The girl's lips were trembling. When Xiaoyan's face was pale too, and she rushed over to the driver's seat. "Mr. Jiang, drive, quick." Taking one look at the driver's seat, especially those obviously high-tech looking buttons and levers around the dashboard, when Xiao Tian was startled once again. But right now, there was no time to puzzle over any of that. As they spoke, she noticed that I was operating with a grave expression, stomping the gas again and again, yet the vehicle was inching forward agonizingly slowly. The front of the vehicle, too, was already packed with zombies. In just a few short seconds, the minibus that had turned back had been surrounded and trapped by zombies. "There are too many zombies," I said, when Xiao Yan's heart sank and her voice trembled. "Mr. Jiang, if it weren't for saving us." "Enough. Hurry and find somewhere to hold on tight." I cut her off. The truth was, from the moment I'd decided to turn around, I'd anticipated this outcome. When Xiao Tian nodded, she couldn't help here either. The only thing she could do was follow my instructions. "Xiao Lily, grab the handrail, quick." When Xiao Tian hurried back and relayed my words to that girl, "This glass won't hold much longer." Xiao Lily's face was already the picture of utter despair. It was only because when Xiao Tian forcibly pulled her hand and pressed it onto the handrail beside her, the door was banging and clattering, unnerving to hear. When Xiao Tian gripped the handrail with all her might, staring in terror at the zombies outside. It wasn't just the door. The whole vehicle was resounding with thuds from every direction, along with the zombies' snarls. The commotion made it feel like the vehicle might fall apart at any moment. And at this moment, I was analyzing several escape plans under the Starseed's calculations. Besides its defensive capabilities, this base vehicle had quite a few other functions. It was precisely because of these that I dared to turn back. "All right, let's try this function." I made my decision. "Hold on tight, we're breaking out," I shouted without turning my head. When Xiao Tian and Xiao Lily didn't dare make a sound now. Watching the zombies surge in like a black tide of ants, frantically slamming into the windows, the despair in their hearts reached its absolute peak. The entire vehicle was now covered in hanging zombies. From the outside, one could probably only faintly make out the outline of a minibus through the mass of bodies. And these zombies weren't just numerous, they were strong too. Under their layer upon layer of crushing pressure, the minibus was like it had been sealed inside 3 thick walls of flesh. In a situation like this, could it really break out? When Xiao Tian was chilled to the bone all over, gripping the handrail with all her might alongside Xiao Lily. In the extreme terror of impending death, she felt as if time had slowed down, and those hideous faces surging outside the window, reflected in her pupils, became clearer than they'd ever been. Am I going to die here? He tried to save us, and now he's going to be killed by the zombies too? When Xiao Yan's heart was full of guilt, and in the driver's seat, I was concentrating with intense focus, my mind crystal clear, hearing nothing in my ears but the voice coming from the star seed. Power accumulation, 30%. Tire's second form activated, increasing friction. Power accumulation, 50%. Gear shift complete. Power accumulation, 70%. Fuel supply complete. This entry-level form the Star Seed had modified for the base vehicle burst out an instantaneous peak power of up to 1,500 horsepower during a charge, with maximum torque reaching 4,000 Newton-meters, and it was four-wheel all-wheel drive. Of course, this state couldn't be maintained for long, or the fuel consumption would be downright terrifying. You have to understand, an everyday truck with over 500 horsepower was already considered a top-tier heavy-duty rig, and one reaching 700 horsepower was an absolute behemoth among trucks. And with this kind of power, breaking out of the zombie horde was about the same as an ordinary car plowing through a row of traffic cones. While the base vehicle was accumulating power, up ahead in the traffic, that driver I'd shoved aside happened to witness the scene of my minibus being surrounded by zombies, unable to move an inch. He immediately started gloating. "Serves you right. Told you not to throw your life away." The driver cursed while congratulating himself, secretly smug that he hadn't lost his mind like that idiot kid. On top of that, still holding a grudge over having his front end rammed by me earlier, watching me about to be buried in the jaws of zombies sent a flicker of vindictive pleasure through his heart. Under the shock of this earth-shattering catastrophe and terror, this man's psyche had already become completely twisted. His whole mind was now fixed on a single thought: get to the expressway entrance fast and duck into the protection circle of the military. He could see it all right there before him. Anyone who blocked his path might as well drop dead. But just then, a massive explosive roar suddenly burst from behind, giving him a terrible fright. Following it came the thunder of a car engine and the ear-piercing screech of tires taking a sharp turn. The driver, alarmed, hurriedly whipped his head around to look and was struck dumb on the spot. He watched, wide-eyed, as that minibus surrounded by dozens of zombies, all but drowned in the horde, suddenly, like a maddened prehistoric behemoth, forcibly charged its way out of the pile of bodies. The tremendous impact force sent countless zombies flying into the air. The minibus let out a beast-like roar, crushing the zombies fallen underneath it, charging madly forward through spraying sprays of blood. In just a few short seconds, the minibus had accelerated to a terrifying speed, and it was clearly heading straight at this driver's little sedan. The driver was scared out of his wits and let out a blood-curdling scream, frantically yanking the wheel and veering toward the roadside. If he didn't dodge, his car would be crushed into an iron pancake by that minibus. Even so, that horrific impact force still grazed his car. Amid the shriek of tires scraping the pavement, his little sedan was violently flung aside, spun 180 degrees on the road, and slammed head-on into the guardrail. The driver was knocked senseless, his head throbbing, and the airbag popped out with a bang, smothering his whole face. And this insane acceleration and impact force were transmitted into the minibus cabin as well. The two girls, despite gripping the handrail with all their might, were still flung off by this great force. They cried out and slammed hard onto the floor. Fortunately, the cabin floor was laid with thick, soft carpet, so the two of them weren't hurt. The minibus, like a mad bull ridden by a cowboy, bucked and jolted violently. When Xiaotian and Xiao Lili rolled around on the carpet, utterly unable to stand up. In their spinning, dizzying field of vision, all they could see was the zombies pounced on the vehicle outside the windows being flung off and knocked down one after another. Sprays of fresh blood splattering directly onto the doors, a horrifying sight. The minibus charged frenziedly out of the pile of bodies just like that, like a steel beast, forcibly tearing a bloody gash through the zombie horde and sprinting out drenched in gore. Those zombies it knocked aside were then dragged under the wheels, flesh and blood flying everywhere, splattered all over the ground. Crackle, crackle, thump, thump. The zombies in front of the vehicle, just like insects that smash and die on a windshield at high speed, slammed head-on into the minibus's windshield, only with a far greater commotion. And it wasn't just one or two, it was one after another, dozens in total. When Xiaotian and Xiao Lili, who hadn't yet recovered from the horrific scene at the door, heard this fresh burst of terrifying commotion. When they turned their heads to look straight ahead at the front of the vehicle, their hearts pounded wildly. So many zombies slamming heavily onto the windshield, nearly blocking the road ahead. This fragile windshield, surely, was about to shatter at any second. A single stone could shatter a windshield, let alone this many zombies. I had no time to attend to any of this. I stayed focused, staring straight ahead. The data projected by the star seed scrolled rapidly through my mind. Base vehicle left side struck, damage, none. Base vehicle right side struck, damage, none. Windshield struck. Base vehicle energy consumption. Remaining fuel. These zombies slamming into the vehicle looked horrifying, but in truth, Aside from the scene being a bit stomach-churning, they hadn't caused the base vehicle any damage at all, and the windshield was perfectly intact. By the time the minibus finally charged completely clear of the pile of bodies and entered a state of smooth driving, the two girls were already ashen-faced. They were, after all, just ordinary young women, hearts still not settled from the fright. It took 2 or 3 seconds before they slowly came back to their senses from the blankness in their minds. It didn't shatter. The windshield, incredibly, hadn't shattered. And the door, too, was still firmly shut. That process of charging out just now may have lasted only a few short seconds, but in Wen Xiaotian and Xiao Lily's perception, it felt as long as an entire day. And now, discovering that everything was safe and sound, both of them felt that everything from moments ago had been like a nightmare. When Xiaotian gingerly stood up, forcing down her discomfort, and approached the door, peering out through the blood-smeared glass. On the road behind, there were still some zombies giving chase, but they were already more than a dozen meters away. Even more zombies were sprawled on the ground, tearing at and devouring something, probably feasting on the corpses of their own kind that the minibus had knocked down and crushed. These zombies had all mutated from living people, unlike the post-death mutation ones in many films and shows. So even when zombies devoured each other, the scene was just as bloody and horrifying. When Xiaotian could only bear to look for a single glance. She had only wanted to confirm one thing, whether they'd truly escaped the encirclement. She never could have imagined that this vehicle's power and ramming force would be this fierce, and that even the glass would be this resistant to impact. We broke out. We survived. Both girls felt endlessly fortunate. After immersing themselves in the joy of having narrowly escaped death for a good while, when Xiaotian looked at the blood-smeared windshield and asked curiously, "Mr. Jiang, how can this vehicle's glass be so tough?" I hadn't intended to explain anything about this vehicle, but since she'd asked, I'd just come up with some excuse to brush it off. "It's nothing. I replaced all the glass with bulletproof glass." Of course, bulletproof glass alone wouldn't have been enough to charge out of the encirclement. Just now I'd used ram and accelerate, and if those hadn't gotten us out, I'd originally planned to deploy the weapon, though judging by the result, it hadn't been needed. Bulletproof. Xiao Lily stared in astonishment at the door before her. Wasn't that a thing that only happened in movies? Bulletproof vehicles were hardly common in everyday life. Xiao Lily knew a bit about cars. She knew that some high-end brands did offer bulletproof vehicles, but they all had to be custom-made, and the prices were astronomical, nearly 10 times that of an ordinary luxury car. And besides, even if you were going to install bulletproof glass, why would you insist on putting it in such an ancient, beat-up minibus? Xiao Lily couldn't figure it out no matter how she thought about it, and cast an inquiring gaze at Wen Xiaotian. When Xiaotian shook her head and told her through mouthed words and gestures, she and Mr. Jiang weren't actually close. Even if Xiao Lily wanted her to help explain, she didn't know any more than Xiao Lily did. "We should be fine for now. You two find somewhere to sit down and fasten your seatbelts," I said. "Okay, thank you." The two girls thanked me once again. "It's nothing," I said mildly. The truth was, this really was nothing to me. The risk was all within controllable limits, just a small effort on my part. Xiao Lily didn't want to see any more zombies, so she went and sat down on the sofa in the living room. The sofa was soft and plush. She reached out and touched it. The surface material seemed to be cashmere, clearly not cheap. Across from the sofa was a small screen, probably for watching movies. Beside it stood a cabinet fixed to the floor, and on top, in an exquisite tray, sat clean bottled water and cups, along with some small snacks. The carpet laid on the floor felt like stepping on cotton, relaxing your whole body. The windows were all drawn with curtains, so you couldn't see the situation outside, and combined with the bulletproof glass, it instantly gave a full sense of security. She'd just barely escaped death, and even now was still fleeing for her life, with zombies and people running for their lives all around outside. Yet she was sitting in an environment this safe and comfortable. Xiao Lily had a feeling as if she'd crossed into another world, as though all those horrific experiences from before had merely been a dream. She looked around here and there, and the more she looked, the more she marveled at the luxury of this minibus's interior. Converting a rundown old minibus into something like this, there was no telling how much money it must have taken. As for my identity, Xiao Lily was extremely curious. She casually picked up that bottle of water to look at it, then set it back down. This wasn't her vehicle, after all, and since the owner hadn't offered, she felt awkward about pouring water to drink of her own accord. Like when Xiao Lily was also a college student, and when Xiao Yan's close friend to boot. When the disaster erupted, the two of them had happened to be together, and afterward had fled for their lives side by side. Fortunately, they'd run into this Mr. Jiang whom when Xiao Yan knew, or else Xiao Lily really didn't dare imagine what state she'd be in right now. Meanwhile, when Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment, then walked into the driver's compartment and sat down in a seat to my right. The moment she sat down, her whole body seemed to sink into a mass of soft cotton. Whether the seating position or the feel of the cushion and backrest, everything was unbelievably comfortable. This startled Wen Xiaotian yet again. But the scene ahead was not nearly so comfortable. Earlier, when over 100 zombies had surrounded the minibus, some of them had also passed it by and charged even further ahead. Now, looking out from the moving vehicle, one could see at a glance, a little sedan had already been forced to a stop by zombies. That unlucky driver was being dragged out of the car window alive by several zombies. His hands flailed desperately, and he let out a heart and lung-tearing scream before, immediately after, being submerged into that swarm of zombies. This scene turned Wen Xiaoyan's face pale. I didn't stop the vehicle, driving straight past that car. A few zombies raised their blood-covered faces to look toward the minibus, let out a few snarls, and gave futile chase, but were quickly left far behind. By now, the expressway entrance was already right in front of us. The original toll booth had, at this moment, been completely transformed. Military trucks were barricaded across the front, leaving only 3 passageways open. Machine guns were mounted all over the trucks, their black muzzles trained in unison on these 100-plus cars. Fully armed soldiers stood guard at the passageway entrances, weapons in hand, poised for battle. Inside the buildings on both sides of the road, and atop those parked trucks as well, a large number of gun muzzles were trained on the roadway. Reaching this point, it was finally safe for the moment. The odd zombie that popped up would be shot dead the instant it showed its head. The people in the line behind were all watching and waiting, nervous and uneasy. And I, with the advantage of my elevated position, could see the situation at the expressway entrance perfectly clearly. The moment a car arrived at a passageway entrance, soldiers would immediately swarm over to inspect it, only letting it through after confirming there was no problem. Each car took nearly 10 seconds to pass through, meaning only 3 cars could pass every 10 seconds. I roughly counted the cars in my own line, as well as how many were still lined up ahead, and estimated about how long I'd have to wait. It should be no big problem. My expression eased somewhat. Having entered the military's protection zone, my taut nerves finally relaxed a little, and I was no longer as tense as before. Seeing the military's vehicles and firearms, and the expressway entrance now within arm's reach, when Xiaotian let out a long breath too. Vehicle speed 20 kilometers per hour, vehicle self-check in progress, no damage. In my ear, the starseed reported on the base vehicle status. I slowly eased off the gas and brought the speed down. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out from time to time. Gradually, I inched forward with the flow of traffic, arriving near the expressway entrance, with only a few cars left ahead of me. But the zombies behind were growing more and more numerous too, and the gunshots grew ever denser. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Lily also came out from the cabin, joining Wen Xiaotian in peering behind us. The military's firepower was fierce. Although those zombies threw themselves forward one after another, nearly filling the entire street, they hadn't managed to advance a single step closer. This put the 2 girls considerably more at ease. They'd be able to get onto the expressway soon. They gazed at the dozens of military trucks at the entrance and the densely packed gun muzzles, a scene that would normally be terrifying, yet at this moment gave a tremendous sense of security. I waited calmly too. Just then, a burst of gunfire suddenly erupted in another line, right nearby, giving everyone a fright. I hurriedly looked over and saw that from within a little sedan being inspected came a burst of heart and lung-tearing wails. 2 soldiers were dragging a male corpse, just shot dead, out of the car. On the corpse's arm was a wound of mangled flesh and blood, and the one wailing beside it was a woman, who by the looks of it should have been his girlfriend or wife. I'll say it again. For any vehicle carrying a passenger who's been bitten, please, it's best you get out and leave on your own, or simply turn back. Once discovered, you'll be executed on the spot. This virus is extremely contagious, and anyone bitten will also turn into one of those monsters, endangering others. An officer, holding up a bullhorn, shouted with a cold, stern expression. Seeing this scene, though most people's hearts were pounding, they felt nothing about that couple's plight. So what if a loved one was shot dead before your eyes? Many people present had watched their own family and friends turn into zombies right before their eyes, had even been torn apart and devoured by those loved ones who'd turned. This little interlude did not interrupt the vehicles continuing to enter. But just then, an extremely dense burst of gunfire suddenly rang out from behind. The soldiers conducting inspections up front all turned to look back, expressions turning extremely grim. I looked over from the rearview screen too, and caught sight of a soldier who'd just fired 2 shots being forcibly yanked down off a truck, gun and all. 2 of the trucks had already been completely covered by the seemingly endless zombies. From the firing positions in the tall buildings on both sides came bursts of blood-curdling screams too. And not far off, thousands upon thousands, or even more, zombies were converging from all corners of the city, merging on the streets into a scalp-crawling sea of the dead. HRRGH. HRRGH. These zombies fixed their bloodthirsty, crazed gazes on the expressway entrance, letting out wave after wave of low roars. Faster. A soldier withdrew his gaze and urged even more frantically. It was clear as day that the firing positions on both sides of the road wouldn't hold much longer. Before long, the zombies would surge to this spot. By then, there'd be no more time to let these cars through. The survivors in the cars all understood this, and every one of them was frantic with anxiety, feeling as though every minute that passed was as long as waiting half an hour. Soon it was my minibus's turn. That soldier came up and glanced inside, his face immediately showing a startled expression, then shot me a rather odd look. Fleeing for your life and still driving something this big. A luxuriously decorated RV, with 2 dainty beauties seated inside. The way this soldier looked at me clearly carried a hint of contempt, probably taking me for one of those rich kids who cared only for indulgence and threw their lives away. Hurry on through, he said impatiently. I rubbed my nose, said nothing, and only found it rather novel. In all my years, this was the first time I'd enjoyed the treatment reserved for rich kids. Passing the toll booth window, I saw that the original glass was already shattered, stained with blood and hung with strips of cloth torn from clothing. Only the corpse was already gone. Everything I'd seen along this whole journey was scenes of carnage like this. The virus had erupted frenziedly across the globe, seemingly transforming an originally normal world into a living hell in the blink of an eye. The expressway was strewn everywhere with soldiers armed to the teeth, standing guard on both sides of the road. Every so often came a few gunshots, followed immediately by the sight of a zombie shot dead in the underbrush below the road. I drove steadily and soon merged into the flow of traffic ahead. But after the cars had moved forward a stretch, they stopped again. What's wrong? Xiao Lily asked, a little tense. Even though we'd already entered the military's protection circle, the slightest disturbance was still enough to put people on edge. I noticed that some people up ahead had gotten out of their cars, and several soldiers were shouting something at them. Soon, these soldiers were weaving through the traffic, shouting as they went, and more people left their vehicles. No sooner had they left than 2 front loaders drove over, shoving all those little sedans to the roadside and pushing them straight off the expressway. Seeing this scene, my heart lurched, and a faint sense of foreboding welled up. Soon, a soldier came up near my minibus and shouted, "There's an overturned bus on the expressway ahead, and quite a few zombies have gathered onto the road. Our people are up front clearing a path, but the zombies behind will catch up soon. If there are too many cars, they'll jam the expressway shut, and our people won't be able to keep up. So, everyone must abandon their vehicles and move up ahead. Women, children, and the elderly can go up front and ride in the military trucks. All able-bodied adult men, everyone walks. No arguing. We're walking right alongside you. From here all the way to Shanghai Safe Island. We'll escort you the whole way. Everyone out of your vehicles immediately. Make it quick. Once you reach the safe island, There'll be plenty of time for you to rest safely. There's water to drink, food to eat, and a safe environment. Everyone, out of your vehicles now." Hearing the shouts, the people in the cars opened their doors and climbed out. Most of the survivors had only driven a single car or had fled with just one or two family members, without much luggage. Hearing that Shanghai Safe Island was this good, they all couldn't wait to jump out of their cars, terrified of being left behind. Soon, all the surrounding cars were empty, with only my minibus still parked where it was. "Let's hurry and get out too," Xiao Lily said. When Xiaodian hesitated a moment, looking at me still sitting steadily and motionless in the driver's seat. "Mr. Jiang, hurry." I shook my head. "You two get out." "I'm not going." "Huh?" When Xiaodian froze. "Not going." Xiao Lily didn't understand what I meant either. Did I not intend to go with the military? That couldn't be. "That's right. The military is taking you to Shanghai Safe Island, but the direction I'm heading is Jinling City," I said. Besides, there was no way I'd abandon the vehicle. As a survivor, this base vehicle was my guarantee of survival. I wouldn't give it up under any circumstances. My original plan had been to deliver these two girls to the military here, then drive along the expressway straight to Jinling City. But now the road ahead was jammed shut. To reach the stretch of expressway leading to Jinling City, I'd have to pass through up front first, which meant I could only leave the expressway. Going to Jinling City. But the expressway's no good. Xiao Lily still found it hard to believe. The military was right here. All you had to do was follow them to reach safety. At a time like this, I actually wanted to go to Jinling City. "You really shouldn't go. It's too dangerous for you alone. Follow the military. Go to that safe island," Xiao Lily hurriedly urged. "I can drive along the expressway or find another road." "There's always a way," I said. "But it's fine. You two follow the military to the safe island. You're girls. Once you're up front, you can ride in the vehicles, so it won't be too grueling. From here on, take good care of yourselves." I shook my head. Seeing how resolute I was, Xiao Lily was out of options too. That soldier had already walked over to the minibus, still loudly urging without pause. Xiao Lily gave me another troubled glance and said apologetically, Then I'll get out. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for saving my life. Be careful the whole way, and someday we'll meet again." I hope so," I said. "Let's go, Xiaodian," Xiao Lily said softly. But to her surprise, when Xiaodian, who'd been silent all this while, suddenly lifted her head, an expression on her face as if she'd made a tremendous decision, and shook her head. "I'm not going either." "Xiaodian." Xiao Lily was startled. Why wasn't she going either? When Xiaodian looked at Xiao Lily and said, "Lily, my home is right on the way to Jinling City. If there's really no way to get there, then I'd have no choice but to go to the safe island. But since Mr. Jiang is going to Jinling City, then I want to go back and see too." At this point, her eyes reddened. "Whether my family's alive or dead, I have to go back and take a look." She hurriedly turned to me. "Mr. Jiang, I wonder if I could ask you to take me back with you. Although I can't be much help to you. But as for the route, I can actually offer some information. My father used to run transport on this line, and I rode along with him many times growing up, so I know quite a few of the roads." Mr. Jiang. Faced with her plea, I thought about it and nodded, not refusing. I wasn't familiar with the roads to begin with, so having someone who could help in that regard wasn't a bad thing. When Xiaodian immediately showed a grateful expression, "Mr. Jiang, thank you." Then she said to Xiao Lily, "Lily, you go on your own, and you have to take good care of yourself." Hearing this, Xiao Lily's tears started falling too. She didn't know whether her parents were alive or dead either, but her hometown was even farther away, completely out of reach now. And now even the good friend she'd fled with was going to be separated from her. "Get out of the vehicle, quick." Just then, that soldier had already walked up to the minibus, rapping hard on the window and loudly urging. Xiao Lily got out reluctantly, seeing that when Xiaodian and I were still in the vehicle, and especially that I was still sitting steadily in the driver's seat, the soldier immediately bellowed, "What are you still doing not getting out? And this vehicle of yours especially can't stay on the road. You're blocking the whole way." I said apologetically, "Sorry, I'll drive the vehicle away right now." Seeing my good attitude, the soldier's expression softened a bit, but he went on, "Drive it over to the roadside so the front loaders can push it off." With that, he walked off to the side, muttering as he went while eyeing my vehicle. A vehicle this big, don't even know if it can be pushed off. They'd probably have to dismantle the guardrail first. Those armored cars, trucks, and the large force of soldiers guarding the entrance would all have to withdraw from the expressway when they could no longer hold out in a while, so the road had to be cleared. The military was only here to take these survivors away. They weren't here to fight to the death against those endless monsters. Just then, a piercing air raid siren suddenly went off at the expressway entrance. That soldier immediately turned to look, and the people who'd gotten out and were walking forward all turned back too. Some immediately broke into a sprint, while others stood frozen in place, faces full of tension, and a wave of commotion instantly swept through the crowd. "Don't panic," a soldier bellowed. "This is the final siren. It's to alert survivors in the city to rush over here." Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire had grown very close and unusually dense. Looking into the distance, one could faintly make out a dark, swarming mass of heads far off, all of them zombies. Under these circumstances, even if survivors heard the siren, there was no way they could cross the sea of the dead and make it to the expressway. The survivors present all secretly counted themselves fortunate. They were among the lucky few. That soldier looked at my vehicle again and offhandedly urged, "The siren's already going. There's not much time. Hurry in." Vroom. The soldier suddenly heard a deep, thunderous engine roar. Immediately after, he watched as the minibus shot forward like a sports car, then abruptly swung into a turn, tracing an arc, and drove toward the edge of the expressway. This scene was witnessed by many survivors. They'd all been staring at the expressway entrance, but now were drawn away by the minibus's commotion. Seeing the minibus driving like a sports car, the crowd and that soldier were all taken aback. Not bad driving skills. Ah, hell. The soldier had barely gotten out half a sentence of admiration before immediately crying out. The minibus drove all the way to the edge of the expressway, with no sign whatsoever of stopping. Ahead was the guardrail. Crash. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the minibus slammed straight into the guardrail and charged off the expressway. It barreled all the way down the 2 or 3 meter high steep slope at the roadside, finally coming to a stop on the grass below. What the hell? That soldier hurried over to check, and quite a few survivors craned their necks to look too. This guy's driving really was terrible. He'd actually charged straight off the expressway, and there was no telling whether anyone was hurt. But this actually worked out just fine. As long as the people were okay, they could just get out of the vehicle and run back up to the road, and it conveniently solved the trouble of that beat-up wreck being hard to push off. However, just then, the minibus suddenly gave another lurch, like a drunkard staggering on his feet. Broken down? The thought welled up in quite a few people's minds. But immediately after, the minibus started up again with a chugging, sputtering sound, drove off the grass, crashed through the green safety netting, and pulled onto the narrow little country road beside it. What's going on? What on earth is this guy trying to do? Under the crowd's astonished gazes, the minibus drove off along the country road, unhurried. That soldier's eyes went wide too. This vehicle, it had actually just driven off like that. And not far behind him, Xiao Lily was frantically waving toward the direction of the minibus. She never could have imagined that I'd leave the expressway in such a simple, brute force way. When the minibus had charged down just now, she'd been startled too. But fortunately, by the looks of it, the vehicle was fine, so the people inside surely were fine as well. Xiaodian, Mr. Jiang, take care. As Xiao Lily waved with all her might, her vision blurred, and she could no longer clearly make out even the receding silhouette of the minibus. Impact caused no damage to the base vehicle. Base vehicle status currently all normal. As I listened to the Starseed's report, I looked toward the expressway. This country road ran right alongside the expressway. Driving along it, everything I saw was little sedans that had been pushed down, along with crowds of people slowly walking forward. Though these survivors were safe for the moment, once they relaxed even a little from their taut state, they were only beginning to realize just what had happened in this short span of time. Many were crying, and those who weren't mostly wore gloomy expressions too. Those who'd lost family and loved ones, those feeling lost about the future, all sorts of emotions intertwined. I looked at these people, and when Xiaodian was gazing out the window too, her expression somewhat sorrowful. And the people up on the expressway, whether survivors or soldiers, all turned their heads to look at this unusual minibus, so astonished that they even paused what they were doing to watch it drive past. Soon, the country road reached a section that curved and pulled away from the expressway. And throughout, I never did see the very front of the military column, nor Lee Yusin, nor anyone else I knew. I cast one last glance at those refugee survivors up on the expressway, then turned the wheel and drove around the bend. The minibus cruised at a steady speed and soon left the expressway far behind. This also meant that we were getting farther and farther from Shanghai Safe Island and from the military's protection. "Miss One," I called out, when Xiaotian snapped out of her daze all at once and hurriedly said, "What is it?" Then she added, "Please don't call me Miss One anymore. Just call me Wen Xiaotian. And if you don't mind, you can call me Xiaotian. That's what all my friends call me." "All right, then don't call me Mr. Jiang anymore either. My name is Jiang Lushi." "Jiang, brother Jiang." When Xiaotian was still too shy to call me by my given name directly, so she settled on this. "You said you know several routes. Could you tell me about them specifically?" I asked. Even though I'd downloaded route maps in advance, I couldn't navigate, so at a time like this they were temporarily useless. Leaving the expressway was like plunging headlong into unknown danger, which was something I had to avoid. If when Xiaotian was really familiar with the roads, she might be able to help me find a relatively safe path. "Okay." When Xiaotian nodded hurriedly. Her home was still over 100 kilometers from Jinling City, an obscure little county town. She'd later tested into college in Jiangbei. Her family circumstances were quite ordinary. Her father was a long-haul transport driver who mainly ran this route from that little county town to Jiangbei. When she was little, whenever the winter and summer vacations came, when Xiaotian would be taken along on the long hauls by her dad, and sometimes she'd spend a while playing in Jiangbei too. Back then, I don't know why, I just felt like the scenery along the road and everything was so interesting, so much fun, when Xiaotian said with some feeling. Then she came back to herself and said sheepishly, "Sorry, I've said all this and still haven't gotten to the point." "It's fine," I said, a young woman who'd just narrowly escaped death and was now worried about her family. Being this composed and restrained already counted as remarkable, when Xiaotian's eyes had been red the whole time. In an unguarded moment, I'd caught her rolling her eyes upward with effort, just to keep the tears from falling. "Go on," I said. "Anyway, we've still got road to travel for now." This country road wound onward, and for the moment I hadn't seen any forks. When Xiaotian couldn't help revealing a faint smile. "Got it. I'll tell you now." Just now I was seriously recalling the road conditions. I'd been worried these were all things from when I was little, that I wouldn't remember clearly. But after carefully thinking it over, I found I remember it all pretty firmly. Two of the roads both passed through cities, with lots of vehicles. I shook my head. Anything with lots of cars and lots of people is no good. On the expressway, there was at least the military clearing the road. If we get jammed up halfway, we'd just be stuck staring helplessly. What about the other roads? I thought those two probably wouldn't work either. There's another one that winds around the various small towns, because along the way there are deliveries to those factory districts. There are actually quite a lot of people on that road too, when Xiaotian said. Lots of people meant lots of zombies. I'd already ruled that one out just now. There's one more, but it has to go through mountain roads. The road conditions are fairly complicated, and, for a very long stretch, there's really nothing along the way, when Xiaotian said. This road, complicated road conditions actually weren't much of a problem for me. The Starseed would constantly correct my driving, so the safety factor of driving was already greatly improved. But the reason when Xiaotian hadn't brought up this road first was most likely that phrase, "There's nothing." No food, no water, and no gas stations. When Xiaotian didn't know that the food stored in this minibus she was sitting in was already enough to open a small supermarket on the spot. The drinking water reserves could last a very long time too. At the very least, there was no need to ration by minimum survival standards. Of course, I wouldn't volunteer these true circumstances either. It wasn't that I didn't trust her. I just felt that explaining it all would be quite a hassle. Honestly, I'm a person who really hates hassle. Still, no gas stations. That was indeed a problem. Tell me the specific route. Also, do you know roughly how many kilometers this stretch is? I asked, when Xiaotian only knew a rough figure. I added a 50-kilometer margin to the number she gave, then had the star seed run the calculation. Back when I'd had the driver bring the minibus from the rental company to my place, I'd had him stop at a gas station and fill up the tank, and afterward I'd bought gasoline through various means myself. And after the minibus's modification was complete, the fuel tank had also become base vehicle standard, worlds apart from an ordinary minibus's capacity. I hadn't anticipated this at first, and now I felt like the gasoline I'd bought back then was far too little. Calculating based on the values. Current base vehicle tank capacity 1,000 liters, remaining fuel 210 liters, capable of traveling 1,050 kilometers. An ordinary minibus's tank was only about 50 liters. Besides filling the tank, I'd bought an extra 180 liters of gasoline, which had seemed like plenty at the time. But compared to the base vehicle's 1,000-liter capacity, it was nothing at all. The rear of the base vehicle, right beneath the bed, was where the fuel tank sat, roughly 1.25 cubic meters in size. 1,000 kilometers was already more than enough for me to drive all the way into Jinling City and find Jiangzuing. However, this figure the Starseed had calculated was based on the base vehicle's ordinary fuel consumption, 20 liters per 100 kilometers, which referred to everyday driving, without accelerating or ramming. All those functions of the base vehicle burned fuel, which was why it came equipped with such a large tank. As for ordinary fuel consumption, it was actually not much different from a regular minibus. "Brother Jiang, have you decided?" Seeing me remain silent, when Xiaotian asked, a little anxious. She worried that if I ruled out every route she'd offered, then she really wouldn't have helped at all. When Xiaotian felt that people should help one another, and the most important word was one another. Giving her this ride was already a tremendous help, and the only thing she could do was offer this tiny bit of repayment. Let's take the mountain road," I said. I'd already weighed all the factors comprehensively, and the mountain road was the most hassle-free choice for me. Though I couldn't treat 1,000 kilometers as the base vehicle's final range, at the very least, driving to the county town where when Xiaoyan's home was would be no problem at all. "Later on the road, we'll keep an eye out for any gas stations or the like," I said. "Okay." Though when Xiaotian was a little surprised at my choice, she'd assumed I'd take the factory district road, even though it probably had plenty of zombies. But since I'd decided, she had no objection. As long as there was gasoline, it didn't matter if there wasn't much to eat. Actually, I read in some science articles that as long as you have water, you can generally sustain your vital signs. There was a girl who went a month without eating to lose weight and was fine. Even without eating or drinking, you can hold out for several days, when Xiaotian said. I glanced at her, not understanding why she was bringing this up out of nowhere. When Xiaotian smiled. "I feel like I could use some weight loss right about now." For a moment, I didn't know what to say. This when Xiaotian really did think we were going to be going hungry the whole way. The base vehicle drove steadily along the country road. Occasionally, a few zombies could be seen, standing dumbly in the fields or by the roadside. The moment they spotted the base vehicle, they'd immediately, like frenzied wild beasts, come charging madly this way. But more often than not, before they could even reach us, they could only watch helplessly as the base vehicle sped past right before them. HRRGH. HRRGH. These zombies flailed their arms in vain, their blood-red eyes holding not a shred of reason, only madness and savagery. At first when Xiaotian watched out the window without blinking, but gradually, because it had been safe the whole time, her taut nerves relaxed too, and with her head tilted to the side, she slipped into a fitful, on and off sleep. Adjusting left, continued driving forward. As I drove, I stole a glance at Wen Xiaotian. Seeing her body give a sudden jerk even in her sleep, it was clear she was sleeping very restlessly. Fleeing this whole way had probably worn her out. Her nerves had been stretched taut the entire time, and she was exhausted in body and mind. Looking at her, I couldn't help but think of Jiang Zhuing again. I wondered whether she was hiding in her room right now, terribly frightened. When Xiaotian woke, she found the minibus had already stopped, and outside the sky was growing dark. On one side of the road was a cliff, and on the other, dim and indistinct mountain forest. Brother Jiang, not seeing me in the driver's seat, Wen Xiaotian sat bolt upright. She didn't know how long she'd slept either, but judging from the fact that the vehicle had already driven onto the mountain road, it had probably been 2 or 3 hours. On this silent, soundless mountain road, the minibus sat all alone and waking to find herself the only one left in the vehicle when Xiaoyan's heart immediately grew a little panicked. She hurried into the cabin. Brother Jiang? Brother Jiang. Though the cabin had everything one could need, the space was compact. One glance could sweep every corner. Yet there was no sign of me. Just as when Xiaoyan was growing even more flustered, she suddenly heard what seemed to be a faint sound of water from behind a small door beside her. Water? At that moment, with a click, the small door slid open, and I walked out from inside. When Xiaoyan looked at me in astonishment, steaming hot vapor was still rising from me, my hair soaking wet, and I was drying it with a towel while looking at her. You're awake? Yeah? I think I slept too long, when Xiaoyan answered. It wasn't too long. And you seem to be sleeping fitfully. In a situation like this, the more you sleep, the more you feel like you can't get enough. Besides, being able to sleep right now is a blessing. These words of mine made when Xiaoyan a little embarrassed. Sleeping at a time like this made her seem far too carefree. The truth was, when Xiaoyan was naturally a rather delicate girl. With her studies plus her part-time work, she didn't get enough sleep to begin with. Today she'd fainted once when the virus erupted, and after waking she'd suffered a tremendous psychological shock, then had to flee for her life amid all the panic. Having finally reached a temporarily safe environment, the exhaustion naturally came flooding over her all at once. But what astonished when Xiaoyan even more now was me. Her sleeping was a bodily instinct, and getting the chance to sleep was a blessing, but seeing me like this, it seemed. By the way, do you want to take a shower? This question I posed completely confirmed when Xiaoyan's guess. I had, in fact, actually just taken a shower. Today when Xiaoyan had fallen to the ground and fled all over the place, so her body had long been covered in dust and dirt. For a girl who liked cleanliness, this had to be terribly uncomfortable. But given the current conditions, she hadn't even dared to think about being able to shower. Having water to drink was already a great fortune. Yet by the looks of me, I hadn't just showered. I'd taken a hot shower at that. I found a mountain spring by the roadside, pumped some up, and filtered it. It's not drinkable, but it's still quite pleasant for showering. If you want to shower, there's body wash and everything inside, and the hairdryer is beside the mirror, I said. When Xiaoyan listened dumbly, then couldn't help asking. Since it's filtered, then, it should still be drinkable, shouldn't it? She kept feeling that using hot water like this just for showering was far too extravagant, far too wasteful. No need. For drinking water, just turn the tap in the kitchen and there it is. Also, if you're hungry after your shower, go to the kitchen and cook something. There's noodles in the cabinet, along with some fresh vegetables and such. Actually, I also had some frozen dumplings, but I felt it'd be a bit wasteful to cook and eat them now. Though I'd stockpiled flour and the like, the cured meat I'd stored wasn't good for filling. The truth was, all the foods that could be stored long-term and weren't prone to spoiling, I'd already put in the storage room. What remained in the kitchen now was all stuff that would go bad if not eaten soon. When buying food, I'd made a point of buying some fresh items too. After all, there was no need to start gnawing on the long storage stuff right from the get-go. I treated eating noodles as making do, without knowing that when Xiaoyan's inner thoughts at this moment were already quite strange. She'd been fully prepared to go hungry and hadn't expected that not only was there a hot shower, but she could also eat piping hot noodles, and there were even vegetables. If the earlier experiences weren't still vividly etched in her mind, if those zombie faces weren't even still surfacing before her eyes, when Xiaoyan would have started to doubt whether the apocalyptic scenes she'd witnessed were even real. This was practically a mobile hotel. As for me having her cook, when Xiaoyan was more than glad to. The hot shower, the hot meal, these were all things I'd given her, and there was little she could do for me in return. I'll go shower right now, when Xiaoyan said. When Xiaoyan had finished showering and brought the noodles over to a small folding dining table, I, sitting across from her, took one look at the noodles in our two bowls, and was at a loss for what to say. When Xiaoyan's bowl held only a few mouthfuls of noodles, while mine was packed full to the brim, nearly overflowing. With egg and greens, and even ham sausage, it looked positively lavish. I saw there wasn't much in the cabinet, so we should eat sparingly. Besides, my appetite is just this small, when Xiaoyan said. The truth was, this portion wasn't even enough for a child, let alone her, who'd exerted plenty today. Eating this little would, at most, just take the edge off her hunger. I badly wanted to tell her that the little bit in that cabinet was less than 1/50th of my food reserves. But even just the stuff in the cabinet, even without rationing like this, was enough to feed us both all the way to her home. "Let's eat," I said. I hadn't eaten noodles in a long time, and these noodles tasted pretty good. But tomorrow, we should have a proper meal of rice. After the noodles, I drove on for a stretch before stopping by the roadside to rest for the night. Only after dawn broke the next day did I continue on the road. Though there was no longer the danger of colliding with other cars now, I didn't even have a driver's license, let alone experience driving on mountain roads. Even with the starseed helping me make constant corrections, I still felt it was best not to risk driving at night or driving while fatigued. If I survived the zombies only to die in a car accident instead, that would be too unjust. It had been dusk when I'd driven onto the mountain road yesterday, and now, seeing this road again in broad daylight, it was indeed just as when Xiaodian had said, basically nothing along the whole way, with only the occasional glimpse of one or two farmhouses in the distance. There was one spot by the roadside with a rundown car wash and repair shop, with a diner right next to it. The windows were filthy, plastered with big red characters, pickled fish, home-style cooking, giving it a distinctly dated feel at a glance. This kind of shop specialized in the business of passing long-haul drivers. On the open lot in front of the car wash sat two big freight trucks. Their windows were smashed, and there were bloodstains on the ground, but there was no sign of the drivers inside. No telling whether they'd been chased off by zombies. I parked the vehicle in front of the pickled fish diner and stared at that door. The rundown door was shut tight, smeared with bloodstains, looking grim and eerie. "Brother Jiang, are you planning to?" Seeing me stop the vehicle, when Xiaodian was taken aback. "It's fine, I'm going to find some food." In the first few days after the apocalypse began, a lot of fresh food hadn't yet gone bad, so gathering ingredients was relatively easy at this time. In a few more days, once the fresh stuff rotted, we'd only be able to eat those vacuum-packed preserved foods. Though I'd stocked some of those too, there were two of us eating now, so if we came across ready ingredients, we certainly couldn't pass them up. "Find food. The stuff in this diner. Is it even edible?" When Xiaodian was a little worried, I gave a slight smile, knowing she was afraid the food had been contaminated by the virus. The truth was, I'd already learned from the starseed that even before the virus outbreak, all the world's food and water had been contaminated, and every single person was already carrying the virus. But for someone like me, someone who'd already survived the virus mutation, the virus in my body wouldn't activate. So finding food to eat now didn't affect me at all. Of course, we still couldn't afford to get bitten by a zombie. If we did, the enhanced strain of virus in those things would turn us into zombies too. I couldn't explain any of this to Wen Xiaodian. It was too complicated, and besides, I'd have a hard time explaining how I even knew all this. So I just said, "Relax, this stuff is fine to eat." "Then, do we go out and grab it?" Wen Xiaodian asked timidly. Getting out of the vehicle at a time like this was obviously incredibly dangerous, but then again, in the apocalypse, what wasn't dangerous? Especially scavenging for food. That was always a gamble with your life. Her face had gone slightly pale. I could tell she was scared. But if I needed her to, she'd still grit her teeth and get out. "Hold on tight." My voice suddenly sounded right beside her ear. "Huh?" When Xiaodian froze for a second, and before she could say anything, she heard the engine let out a sudden roar. Vroom. The minibus charged forward like an enraged bull, ramming straight through the front door of the pickled fish restaurant. The wooden door, along with the surrounding wall, came crashing down. I'd already sized it up. The walls of this little country diner weren't brick or stone at all. They were the kind of prefab paneling you see at construction sites. A thin sheet of metal on the outside, foam-packed inside, screwed together in a snap, and just as easy to knock down. The moment the wall collapsed, the whole ceiling started to sag. And that was when I saw what was inside the restaurant. It was an unbelievably gory scene. For zombies were sprawled on the floor, frantically fighting over something, blood and chunks of organs scattered everywhere. Maybe 5 people were lying on the ground, cut open, and the zombies were grabbing their flesh and stuffing it into their mouths. The reason I say maybe is that I honestly couldn't tell how many bodies those shredded corpses had once been. and the flesh on those bodies had mostly been gnawed clean. Ah! When Xiaotian couldn't help crying out, but she immediately clamped her hands over her mouth. The sight in front of us was nauseating, but in the apocalypse, she'd have to learn to get used to scenes like this. The four zombies stopped feeding and turned their heads in unison, staring at the minibus that had just barged in. Their eyes were blood red, the veins around them bulging, gore hanging from their mouths and faces. Roaring wildly, they charged at the vehicle. Without a word, I floored the gas pedal. Vroom! The engine roared again. The minibus plowed the four zombies straight ahead and slammed them into the wall on the opposite side of the restaurant. Crash! That entire wall collapsed, and the minibus, dragging the four zombies and a huge chunk of paneling, smashed into the earthen wall of the back courtyard. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, red and white smeared across the windshield. I'd wiped out all four zombies in one go. Phew! I let out a long breath, looking at the blurry mess of gore on the windshield. After a moment's hesitation, I switched on the wipers. They swept across silently, scraping the bits of flesh and smearing the glass a bloody red. Then the washer fluid sprayed out, diluting the blood, which the wipers slowly cleared away. I watched it all in silence. It hadn't even been 24 hours since the apocalypse began, yet I seemed to be slowly getting used to this kind of blood and killing. When Xiaotian bit her lip, standing behind me, watching the blood get wiped away stroke by stroke, not knowing what to say. My reaction just now had been so calm. But she understood, too. Only by being like that could you survive the apocalypse. If she kept crying and whimpering, sooner or later she'd end up in a zombie's mouth. I'll go get the food, when Xiaotian said, suddenly snapping to attention, volunteering to head out. Getting out was dangerous, of course, and she'd have to face those corpses up close. It was disgusting. But she couldn't leave everything to me. She wanted to be useful, not just dead weight. I'm opening the door now, when Xiaotian said as a heads up, and only after I gave the okay did she push it open. The truth was, my letting her get out didn't mean I didn't care about her safety. In this situation, it was simply the smartest move. Only I could control the starseed, so keeping when Xiaotian in the vehicle would serve no purpose. Sending her out to gather food meant that if she ran into trouble, I could always drive over to back her up. The little diner was already wrecked. When Xiaotian struggled to clear away the shattered paneling and found the freezer in the kitchen. It was a huge freezer, taller than a person, stocked with chicken, duck, fish, eggs, and all kinds of vegetables, enough to feed a dozen people for 2 or 3 days. The freezer was too big to load onto the vehicle, so she found some clean plastic takeout bags and loaded the food up bit by bit. There was a small freezer in my vehicle too, but its capacity was far too limited to hold all this. By the look of it, if we didn't eat it soon, all this stuff would eventually go bad anyway. Brother Jiang, I'll do the cooking tonight. Let me show you what I can do. When Xiaotian was very confident in her cooking. She'd started cooking as a kid and had a real talent for it. To make herself useful, she'd specifically brought up cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, plus a small gas stove and a wok. There was a tiny kitchen in the vehicle, but the equipment was limited. One kind of pot, one burner, both small, no room to work. So she just moved the kitchen setup into the small living area to cook. As a result, the already cramped cabin was pretty much packed to the brim. Luckily, she was petite, so she could just barely turn around in there. When Xiaotian was genuinely hungry, even though we'd boiled some noodles last night, she'd assumed there wasn't enough food and had been too embarrassed to eat much. Now, with all these ingredients that would spoil if we didn't finish them, she could finally eat her fill. Sounds good. I was looking forward to it too. It was getting dark. This was a good place to rest for the night. I watched her bustle around washing vegetables and cooking, feeling quite eager. The only downside was that the living area was still too small. There wasn't enough room to lay out all these pots and pans, so a lot of them had to be stacked on top of each other. Actually, a lot of things in this base vehicle could fold up. The dining table, the beds, the space under the bed and sofa opened up into storage compartments. But even with everything folded away, there was still only so much room in the vehicle. If only my base vehicle were a little bigger, I could store more fuel, more food, and add more living amenities. Then it would truly be a mobile base. The sun had completely set, and when Xiaotian's cooking was more than half done, the enticing aroma tugged at my nose. Between all the running around dealing with the apocalypse, I hadn't had a chance to sit down for a proper meal, and by now I was practically drooling. But right then, roar, a low growl, like some kind of wild beast, came from the darkness in the distance. A shiver ran through my whole body. What the hell was that? That growl, carried on the wind through the silent mountains, was enough to make your skin crawl. Living in the apocalypse, even with the base vehicle, I didn't dare let my guard down for a second. I'd gotten a lot of information about the apocalypse from the Star Seed, and I knew full well this wasn't going to be simple. If it were just ordinary zombies, the government's remaining forces would eventually get things under control soon enough, and then it wouldn't deserve to be called the apocalypse at all. That eerie growl set my heart pounding, and a powerful sense of unease washed over me. "Kill the fire," I said urgently. "Huh?" When Xiaotian froze. The vegetables had just gone in, only half cooked. If she killed the heat now, that whole dish was ruined. But she knew that growl was probably no ordinary sound, so she quickly turned off the burner. Meanwhile, cut the base vehicle's main power switch. Click. The lights went out, and everything went pitch black. On this little country road, the air was surprisingly clean, and with no light pollution around, I could see the deep blue night sky and the stars filling it through the windows. A crescent moon hung crookedly over the mountain ridge, casting a faint, cool light. The night sky was beautiful, but at this moment, looking up at it, my scalp went numb. Right beneath that crescent moon, I saw a massive black shadow, staring intently in the base vehicle's direction. The shadow looked like some giant beast, but I couldn't make out exactly what it was. I didn't dare turn on the headlights. Holding my breath, I ducked low and pulled Wen Xiaotian down too, getting her to crouch with me. The base vehicle was extremely well sealed. Even though we'd been cooking, the aroma couldn't escape. So that shadow probably hadn't been drawn by the smell, which meant it was most likely after the light. Now that I'd cut the light, I could only hope it would lose track of its target and leave. The apocalypse had only just begun. My base vehicle was still in its most basic state. If we ran into some terrifying monster now and the vehicle got flipped over, that would be the end of everything. "Brother Jiang." Beside me, Wen Xiaotian's voice was barely a whisper, trembling faintly. The atmosphere of the apocalypse alone was terrifying, and running into a horrifying shadow like this in the dead of night. You can imagine the psychological impact on a young woman. "Go hide by the sofa and don't make a sound." Hunched over, I slowly inched my way toward the driver's seat. I was already planning to make a run for it, because I'd noticed that even with the lights off, that shadow was still creeping closer, bit by bit. But I didn't dare drive off too fast, afraid of provoking it. As the distance closed, by that faint moonlight, I finally saw it clearly. The shadow steadily bearing down on us was actually a gigantic wild boar. This boar, how could it have grown so huge? I was stunned. It was far off, but comparing it to the buildings around it, I could already be certain. This boar was at least the size of a box truck. It was no shorter than my base vehicle, just a bit shorter in body length. Its whole body was covered in black bristles like steel spikes, matted with big patches of dried blood, as if it had just crawled out of a pool of gore. The two tusks jutting from the corners of its mouth were like a pair of giant curved blades, and dangling from one of them was a length of intestine. This was straight up a hell-spawned demon boar. It was staring right at my base vehicle, its two eyes glowing crimson like a pair of searchlights. And this was no trick of my imagination. It really was glowing, the way a wolf's eyes give off an eerie green in the dark, except this light was blood red. Oh, no way could this be. It suddenly hit me. The Starseed's information had mentioned this. After the apocalypse began, besides some people turning into zombies and some animals turning into zombie animals, a portion of humans and animals would mutate. This mutation would make them far more powerful than the zombies of their own kind. Reading the text description, I'd had no real concept of it. Only now, seeing an actual mutated boar with my own eyes, was I truly shaken. A boar the size of a small truck might not sound like much when you say it out loud, but when one actually appeared before me, closing in step by step, those tusks, those bristles, those glowing crimson eyes, the sheer visual shock and crushing pressure were overwhelming. And at this moment, all that stood between me and this giant boar was a single pane of transparent windshield, still stained with faint traces of blood. One sheet of glass. One man, one beast. just staring each other down. And then, roar! The boar suddenly erupted into a terrifying roar, reared up on all four hooves, and charged straight at the base vehicle, straight at me. The moment it started running, each stomp of its massive body pulverized the road beneath it, sending dirt and rocks flying. A boar the size of a truck, weighing probably over 10 tons. Yet in an instant it hit a speed nearly like a cheetah's. I could even feel the ground beneath me trembling slightly. This was bad. My heart lurched. If a boar this heavy rammed into us, the impact would be absolutely horrifying. The entire base vehicle would surely get flipped in one hit. The vehicle had armor plating, sure, but weight-wise it wasn't much heavier than an ordinary minibus. How could it withstand a blow like that? Once it flipped, I'd have no way to fight back. No matter how solid the armor was, that giant boar would pry it open piece by piece. Son of a bitch. I cursed and lunged forward, clearing the last bit of distance to the driver's seat in a single leap. By now the boar was already terrifyingly close to the base vehicle. There was no time to turn around and flee. To run, I'd have to turn first, but turning would only expose the vehicle's side to the boar's charge, and the result would be a rollover. So the only choice left was one. And in the shortest possible time, it was the only move I could make. To hell with it. I yanked the gear shift and slammed the gas pedal to the floor. Vroom. The base vehicle let out a beast-like roar and shot forward instantly. Modified by the Star Seed, it accelerated far faster than an ordinary vehicle. And since I'd left the parking brake off earlier to be ready to drive at any moment, the vehicle now leapt forward with a jolt. Seatbelt. I bellowed. At the same moment, the seatbelt in the driver's seat shot out automatically and strapped me in tight. Back in the small living area, when Shouty-On scrambled onto the sofa and fumbled to buckle her seatbelt. Actually, that shout of mine had been for her benefit. In just a few seconds, the base vehicle accelerated to 100 kilometers an hour. I gritted my teeth, watching through the windshield as the boar hurtled straight at us. Through the fully transparent glass, I felt as though the truck-sized boar was charging right at my face, those icy tusks aimed straight at my head. If this pane of glass didn't hold, I'd be skewered through the driver's seat. In that split second between life and death, my mind went blank. I just gripped the steering wheel for dear life and stomped the gas pedal down with everything I had. Let's do this. Adrenaline surged through me. The boar's massive head was right in front of my eyes. I could almost see the reflection of myself and the base vehicle in its crimson pupils. Ram it. Crash. The base vehicle shuddered violently. The enormous impact flung my body forward, and the elastic seatbelt clamped down hard. In that instant, I felt like I was about to be sliced in half at the waist. Bam! In front of me, the airbag deployed with a snap, slamming into my face and leaving me dizzy and seeing stars. At the same time, a clatter of crashing broke out behind me. All those pots and pans that had been loaded aboard tumbled to the floor in a chaotic heap from the massive inertia. The sofa was bolted to the vehicle and didn't slide sideways, but the impact still made when Shouty-On, strapped to it by her seatbelt, let out a scream. Thunk! Her head throbbed with pain as it struck something. She didn't know what, and everything went dark. She passed out on the spot. The airbag in front of me quickly retracted. Another feature of the base vehicle, the airbag deploys and then instantly pulls back so it won't block the driver's view. Fighting through the dizziness and nausea, along with the searing pain where the seatbelt had cut into my lower abdomen, I finally made out what was happening beyond the windshield. There were 2 white marks, each the size of a wash basin, gouged into the windshield. Those white marks meant the glass had cracked internally, changing its transparency, just like ordinary bulletproof glass turns white when a bullet hits it. Of course, even with internal cracks, glass like this could still keep stopping bullets. And it wasn't just the glass. The boar had rammed a huge dent into the front of the vehicle too. That collision had been absolutely terrifying. Warning: base vehicle damaged, damage level 3.5. Front bulletproof, glass durability down 60%. Power system damaged, instant acceleration and ramming functions offline. Interior power supply cut off. In a flash, all this information from the Star Seed rang out in my head. The base vehicle was broken? I froze. Earlier it had faced swarms of zombies without so much as a scratch. Yet today, a single ram from this mutated boar had done this much damage. Of all the Starseed's alerts, the one that turned my blood cold was the power system being damaged. It meant the base vehicle couldn't accelerate in a short time, and the ramming function was out too. Facing this behemoth of a mutated boar, I'd essentially become a living target. Right, the mutated boar. I snapped my eyes back to the front of the vehicle. That collision hadn't spared the boar either. It lay on the ground, its massive head drenched in blood, the blood streaming down and coating its eyes. And of its two tusks, one had been snapped clean off, exposing the blood-red pulp inside. Roar! The boar let out a low, guttural growl from deep in its belly. With the base vehicle damaged, the sound was no longer blocked out, and I took the full brunt of this behemoth's roar. What did it feel like? That low sound wave made every internal organ in my body vibrate along with it, until I could barely even move. I felt like a bunch of huge hands were squeezing my heart so it couldn't beat, and squeezing my lungs so I couldn't breathe. What a terrifying roar. The boar struggled back to its feet. Its skull seemed to have already shattered, yet, sustained by that horrifying life force, it was still immensely powerful. Glaring at me with those headlight eyes, it fixed its stare on me from just inches away. All that separated us was that thin, already cracked pane of glass. Crunch. The boar jammed its one remaining tusk straight into the undercarriage of the base vehicle and gave a violent upward heave. It was going to flip the whole vehicle over. I felt like I'd been dropped into an icy pit. If the vehicle flipped, it was all over. Can it still drive? Can it still drive? Frantic, I grabbed the gear shift and started up the base vehicle. The vehicle let out a dull rumble, and all four wheels began to turn. It could still drive. The instant acceleration and ramming functions were shot, but the base vehicle could still move normally. Screech, screech, screech. The front wheels were already off the ground, spinning uselessly in the air. The rear wheels dug into the ground, grinding hard and kicking up a spray of dirt and rocks. That bit of force wasn't strong, but the boar was injured too, and just that little push was enough, for the moment, to keep it from flipping the vehicle completely. But the situation was now extremely dire. The boar was lifting the front of the vehicle higher and higher, and it was about to go over. This was bad. My face was as grim as it could get. I clutched the steering wheel for dear life, foot mashed on the gas, cold sweat pouring down my face. Stay calm. I had to stay calm. It was in a hopeless spot like this that you had to find a way out. A flash of inspiration hit me. My fingers flew across the control panel, tapping in a few keys like I was playing piano. Beep. With a soft chime, the base vehicle's control panel lit up for a moment. I jammed my finger against it. Success or failure came down to this one move. Air cannon pressurization initiated. Pressurization time, 9.5 seconds. The Starseed's voice sounded in my head. I let out a long breath. Thank God. The ramming and acceleration were out, but the weapon still worked. Besides ramming, the Starseed base vehicle was equipped with an onboard weapon. Back when I'd finished the modifications, I'd learned about this weapon from the Starseed, but the apocalypse hadn't come yet, and I'd been afraid of causing trouble, so I'd never dared test it. After the apocalypse began, I'd been too busy running for my life to ever get the chance. And now there was no time to test it. Right off the bat, it was a genuine life-or-death showdown. Failure meant death. The base vehicle's air cannon used 500 liters of compressed gas, with a muzzle velocity of 810 meters per second, more than twice the speed of sound. Back in World War II, the Nazis had developed an air cannon, supposedly to shoot down low-flying aircraft, but the accuracy hadn't been good enough, so it never got put to use. I had no idea what effect a shot from this air cannon would have on the boar. Its power was undeniable, but the impact of air was, in the end, a bit weaker than actual munitions. Sometimes the shockwave from a bomb could hurl a person a dozen meters, yet plenty of people survived it afterward. I honestly wasn't sure this single shot of compressed air could kill this mutated boar on the spot. And I had only one shot, no second chance. 9.5 seconds of prep time. If I needed a second round, the base vehicle would have flipped long before then. Let's do it. I gritted my teeth and pressed another button. The air cannon's barrel extended from the front of the vehicle, aimed straight at the boar's belly. Normally, this barrel was hidden inside the vehicle's nose, completely invisible from the outside, only extending when it was used. I stared at that 60mm jet barrel, my heart pounding like a drum. Countdown starting. 9, 8, 7. The star seed began counting down. To me, that voice was the verdict of fate. The barrel could adjust its angle and direction. So, where should I aim? The belly? The head? The throat? This mutated boar had thick, tough hide and flesh. I had no doubt its skin could stop bullets. Its defenses were staggering no matter the spot. 6-5. The countdown drew closer, and the base vehicle tilted more and more severely. Clatter, clatter. As the vehicle tipped, all those pots and pans slid toward the back. I gritted my teeth, pressed the automatic cruise control button, unbuckled my seatbelt, grabbed a wrench, and jumped down from the driver's seat. Stupid pig, die. Like a man gone mad, I swung the wrench and slammed it against the windshield, right at the boar. Bang, bang, bang. The wrench struck the already cracked glass, and tiny shards rained down. Doing this looked completely pointless, but the mutated boar was a beast to begin with, and my taunting drove it into a full rage. Glaring at me with its two crimson eyes, it locked its stare on me. 4-3. The countdown neared its end. To me, this was fate's judgment. Suddenly, I kicked the door open and leaned my whole body out through the doorway. This move was practically suicide, but at that moment I was ice cold with calm. I'd worked it out. Most of the base vehicle's weight was pressing down on the boar's tusk. Even though the front wheels were lifted off the ground, the boar was pinned by the vehicle too and couldn't move. If it turned to attack me on the side, it would first have to pull its tusk free, and then the base vehicle would crash back down, all four wheels gripping the ground and slamming into it. And even if that didn't knock it over, it would at least shove it backward. So while I looked like I was throwing my life away, in reality, for these few brief seconds, it couldn't touch me. Stupid pig, die. I aimed at the boar's huge eye and, with all my strength, hurled the wrench at it. Whoosh. The boar couldn't dodge in time and got hit square by the wrench. But the base vehicle was rocking too hard, and I was no pinpoint pitcher. The throw drifted a little in the end, missing the eyeball and hitting the corner of its eye instead. But even the corner of the eye had plenty of nerves, and the boar felt the pain. Roar. The enraged boar let out an earth-shaking roar. The terrifying sound wave hit me, and I was nearly torn right off the doorway. That infrasound wave resonating through my organs nearly stopped my heart on the spot and left my mind blank. But at that very moment, there was another voice, crystal clear in my head. The star seed's countdown. 2-1-0. Arg. I'll kill you. My eyes had gone bloodshot. Fighting through the head-spinning dizziness, I used the star seed to control the barrel, turning it slightly to aim right at the boar's gaping mouth. And at that moment, because it was roaring, its mouth was wide open, so the barrel was essentially jammed straight into its mouth. Air cannon. Fire. Boom. A ferocious explosion erupted, like a thunderbolt splitting open flat ground, deafeningly loud. The 8-10 meter per second airflow far exceeded the speed of sound, triggering a sonic boom outright. The enormous energy burst forth, blasting my base vehicle violently backward. The windows shuddered wildly, and huge quantities of bulletproof glass fragments rained down, then were swept up by the airflow and shot out in every direction like bullets. The surging air squeezed out a vacuum all around. The pressure first spiked, then instantly dropped to near nothing. The moisture in the air liquefied in an instant, condensing into a cone of mist the size of a house. And that mist, pushed by the airflow, rushed forward at an incredible speed. At the same instant the base vehicle was blown back. The paneling and trees ahead were violently ripped apart by the airflow. Buildings collapsed, roofs were torn off, a tree as thick as a thigh snapped clean in half, and every leaf on it vanished in an instant. But this was merely the aftershock. The real bulk of the airflow had been swallowed whole by that mutated boar's gaping mouth. Boom. The 10-ton behemoth was hurled violently through the air. The raging airflow expanded fiercely inside its organs, and its massive body swelled up in an instant, inflating like a balloon. Then, that terrifying high pressure, nearly 10 megapascals, found its outlet at the boar's rear end. Boom! A muffled thud, and a huge spray of blood, shredded flesh, and organ fragments erupted from the boar's hindquarters, shooting out dozens of meters and drawing a vivid fountain of blood across the air. The fountain of blood slammed into a prefab shed like a sledgehammer, blowing the whole thing down. I watched it all with my own eyes, my heart racing with dread. Honestly, before I hit that fire button, I'd never imagined a single shot could have such horrifying power. But I'd also figured something out. In the end, an air cannon was still just air, even compressed to the extreme. When it hit the bulletproof hide of the boar, it would burst and scatter, its power greatly diminished. If that shot hadn't gone straight into its mouth and blown it apart from the inside, killing it would have been next to impossible. By now the base vehicle was still on cruise control. The moment the wheels touched down and lost the boar's upward force, the vehicle shot forward on its own. I quickly switched off the cruise control and slammed the brakes. Screech. All four tires had already been through hell, especially the rear ones, scorching hot from the intense friction, giving off wisps of blue smoke, a burnt stench shooting straight up my nose. These tires were far tougher than ordinary ones, with distributed little air pockets inside, so they wouldn't blow even when shot through by bullets. But after all this abuse, they'd taken quite a beating too. I pushed the door open and felt utterly drained. That big battle just now, even though it was mainly the vehicle going head-to-head with the boar, had left me exhausted. The toll had been enormous. I picked the wrench up off the ground and staggered toward the boar. Looking at the pig's blood, shredded flesh, and intestines strewn all over, and then at the corpse blown clean through from front to back, I quietly clicked my tongue. Good grief. This pig had literally been inflated until it burst. I stopped a dozen meters away from it, not daring to get too close in case it convulsed in its death throes and injured me. But I didn't dare stray too far from the vehicle either, in case zombies crept up and I needed time to jump back inside. When shouty on, I called out toward the vehicle. No answer. My chest tightened, and I hurried back aboard. When I got a look, when shouty on was strapped tight to her seat by the seatbelt, eyes shut, forehead split open and covered in blood. I reached out to check her breathing. Thank God, she'd only fainted. I looked at the wound and shook my head. This girl really had the worst luck. When I'd rammed the boar earlier, she'd been strapped in by the seatbelt, so she was fine, but those pots and pans hadn't been secured, and they'd gone flying and hit her, knocking her out cold. If we'd smashed together a few more times, those jars and pans might really have killed her. That was close. I let out a sigh of relief. If she'd gotten killed because of this fight, I wouldn't have felt good about it either. I got up and went to the storage box to find some gauze, meaning to bandage her up quickly. Right then, a voice suddenly rang out in my head. Base vehicle damaged. Damage level 3.5. Repair requires 200 kilograms of steel, 100 kilograms of copper, 30 kilograms of polymer plastic, 1,200 liters of gasoline, 200 kilowatt hours of electricity. Repair time, 24 hours. I froze for a moment, then gave a bitter laugh. The vehicle was damaged, but at least it could repair itself. Yet this pile of repair materials would be a real pain to find. Steel, copper, plastic, and especially electricity and fuel. Gathering these in the apocalypse was no easy task. 1,200 liters of gasoline, close to a ton. This vehicle was an absolute gas guzzler. I glanced at the fuel gauge, and my face went green. Between all the ramming and firing that one shot, I'd burned through nearly all the fuel. Less than 20 liters left, not even enough to go 100 kilometers. If I ran into a zombie horde within that 100 kilometers, the consequences would be unthinkable. I was fretting over this when another alert sounded in my head, and my ears immediately pricked up. Successfully hunted a Tier 1 mutated beast. Tier 1 mutation crystal core detected, located in the mutated beast's heart. Extracting it will unlock the base vehicle's first evolution. Mutated beast meat detected. Can be consumed directly to strengthen the body, or used as raw material in the biological laboratory to unlock the biological evolution function. Mutation crystal core? Biological laboratory? What was all this new stuff? The Tier 1 mutated beast I'd hunted was obviously this boar. And this so-called crystal core, it was in its heart? As for the biological laboratory, I'd never seen anything like it back when I was modifying the base vehicle. Right then, click. With a soft sound, a small recess popped out of the dashboard, just big enough to hold a ping-pong ball. I stared at it for a long while, unable to tell what alloy it was cast from. The craftsmanship was extremely precise. It was the first time I'd ever seen it. The crystal core in the heart. A thought took shape in my mind. I grabbed the dagger I'd bought earlier, jumped out of the vehicle, and headed straight for the boar. By now it had rolled onto its side, its chest conveniently exposed. I raised the dagger and drove it in with a thrust. To my surprise, though the boar's hide was tough, it wasn't nearly as impenetrable as I'd expected. This thing had gone toe-to-toe with the base vehicle, so I'd assumed it was bulletproof and knife-proof, and I'd even been planning to grab a hacksaw from the auto repair shop next door. But I never expected that a mere dagger could slowly slice through the hide too. Hard work, sure, but it got the job done. Could it be that after the boar died, its flesh had changed and was no longer as hard as it had been when it was alive? The more I thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Hadn't the starseed just said this meat was edible? If it were as hard as rubber, who could ever bite through it? I struggled to cut open its chest, pulled out the heart, and sliced it open with another cut. By now I was drenched in blood. By all rights, raw pig's blood should reek foul. But strangely, this boar's blood wasn't foul at all. Instead, it carried a faint, clean fragrance. It seemed even the blood wasn't ordinary. I thought for a moment, dug up a few plastic buckets from the restaurant, and collected several bucketfuls of blood. Finally, from that heart, I pried out a bead the size of a quail's egg. Crystal clear like glass, smooth and warm to the touch. This was the mutation crystal core. Cradling it, I returned to the vehicle and carefully placed it into the recess. With a click, the crystal core locked in place and the recess slowly retracted. The starseed's voice sounded at once. Mutation crystal core successfully installed. Base vehicle first evolution unlocked. Please select an evolution path. Snap. A screen of light appeared before my eyes, listing option after option, each followed by a line of explanation. Option 1. Unlock Tier 1 Spatial Fuel Tank. Capacity 10 cubic meters. Explosion-proof and bulletproof. Upgradable. Option 2. Unlock Tier 1 Storage Space. 10 cubic meters. Low temperature and oxygen-deprived interior. Preserves ingredients. Ordinary ingredients last over a year. Mutated beast meat lasts over 3 years. Option 3. Unlock Automatic Absorption Function. Uses a particle beam to absorb materials automatically. No manual hauling required. Option 4. Add a mechanical arm. Load capacity 20 tons. Option 5. Add a weapon. Fuel flamethrower. Pure oxygen combustion reaching temperatures of 2000 degrees. Option 6. Upgrade the air cannon. Option 7. Upgrade armor and bulletproof glass. I read through them one by one. After the 6th option there were more, but they were all grayed out, unavailable for now. One of them, though, made my eyes light up. Option 10. Unlock the biological laboratory. Adding materials allows the development of gene evolution serum, which the host can use to evolve their genes and dramatically enhance physical ability. Unlocking requires 2 tier, 1 mutation crystal cores. Gene evolution serum? Something that could make me stronger? This was huge. I knew full well that once the apocalypse hit, it wasn't just beasts that mutated, people did too. Sure, I had the base vehicle, but this body of mine was my biggest weakness. If I died, everything was over. That was exactly why I barely dared to leave the vehicle. But if I had gene evolution serum, I could get strong myself, and then my combat power would be on a whole different level. This laboratory, I absolutely had to unlock it. But it required 2 crystal cores, and I only had 1. Killing this single boar had nearly cost me half my life. 2? I didn't even dare think about it right now. Fine, one step at a time. First evolve the vehicle, then figure out how to get stronger myself. In this godforsaken apocalypse, I had far too much to do. The biological laboratory would have to wait. For now, let me unlock the features up top first. The first, upgrading the fuel tank. I needed that badly. My current fuel capacity was pitifully small. If I had a 10 cubic meter tank holding 8 or 9 tons of fuel, then whether I was ramming or firing, I'd have some confidence. I couldn't have my fuel run out halfway through a fight with a mutated beast. That would be a truly stupid way to die. The second, storage space. I was itching for that too. There wasn't enough room in the vehicle, so a lot of stuff couldn't be loaded. Take all this boar meat on the ground. What a waste to throw it away. And this space could preserve things too. With it, I'd basically have a mobile grain warehouse. As for reinforced armor, automatic absorption, weapon upgrades, the mechanical arm, honestly, I wanted every single one. The mechanical arm especially, just thinking about hauling this 10-ton boar gave me a headache. Without a mechanical arm, How was I supposed to move it with these two bare hands? But I could only pick one. This choice was pure torture. I turned it over and over in my mind, and in the end I suppressed that greedy little voice, gritted my teeth, and pressed the first one: upgrade the fuel tank. Here's the thing, it was simple. Some upgrades were about convenience, others about combat power, but the fuel tank had everything to do with my life right now. The vehicle had to be fixed as soon as possible, and just the repairs alone required 1,200 liters of fuel, way over my current tank's capacity. And all those combat functions down the line would have to be sustained by a big fuel tank too. Without fuel, everything else was just empty talk. Beep, the star seed sounded. Fuel tank upgrade selected. Upgrade requires 100 kilograms of steel. Upgrade time, 2 hours. Son of a bitch. My eyes bulged, and I genuinely wanted to kick this control panel. Steel 2. I thought I could just press a button and upgrade. Turns out that even with a crystal core, that was only the most basic threshold for evolution. I still had to go dig up the materials myself. Then again, upgrading a fuel tank without any steel, how would that even work? But where was I supposed to get the steel? I looked up, and, well, the answer was right in front of me. There were several box trucks and big rigs parked all around, and those were all made of steel, weren't they? But here was the problem: figuring out how to strip the steel off those vehicles and haul it into the base vehicle. That was the real hassle. If I'd unlocked option 3, the automatic absorption, I could just stick out an absorber and whoosh, suck all the steel off those trucks in one go. No manual labor needed. But I couldn't waste my precious first evolution on an absorption function just to save myself some effort, could I? Fine, I'd deal with the steel later. For now, first I had to handle all that boar meat on the ground. I looked at the giant beast, unable to bring myself to waste it. This meat could last a month even in 30-degree humid heat. Throwing it away would be a pure waste. Besides, the starseed had said this meat wasn't just lab raw material. Even eaten directly, it could gradually improve one's physique. Even without a lab, stir-frying up a big plate of it would be a feast. And with a slightly better physique, I could at least save some effort hauling those few hundred kilograms of steel. My family had never had much money growing up, and my parents had died early. My sister and I had sold the house and leaned on each other to get by. I was used to a tight-belt life. Watching all this good meat go to waste would be like a knife twisting in my chest. No way. Even without storage space, I was taking this pig with me. I'd figured it out. This boar was a treasure trove. Once the apocalypse hit, gold became worthless scrap, and cash was worth less than toilet paper. The only thing left that people could trade with each other was food. And the value of this mutated beast meat, I'd bet humanity would discover it soon enough. Eating it strengthened the body. What could top that? Compared to zombies, ordinary people were way too fragile. Once they got targeted, they could barely even run. A little better physique meant a little better chance of survival. Plus, this meat kept well. Store it for months through fall and winter, and it wouldn't spoil. Sooner or later, it would become hard currency, worth even more than food. Waste is the greatest crime. Even if I couldn't take it, I'd force it aboard anyway. But the base vehicle couldn't hold this 10-ton behemoth, so I set my sights on a small box truck parked not far off. The truck looked pretty beat up. Then again, how nice could a cargo truck that ran country dirt roads be? Probably close to being scrapped. I ran over and tugged the door, locked. An idea struck me, and I ducked into the ruins of the boiled fish restaurant. My guess was that the driver had probably stopped for a meal because he was hungry on a run, then got caught up in the apocalypse. The man was gone, but the keys should still be on him. But one look at those ruins, a gory mess, first gnawed by zombies, then torn apart by my whole rampage, shredded flesh and blood plasma, mixed with mud all over the ground. Trying to dig out a key from that would be a nightmare of a job. Forget it. I grabbed a wrench from the still mostly intact auto shop next door and gave the box truck's windshield a whack. Crash! The glass shattered into little bits. Glass like this breaks into small pellets that don't cut you, so I climbed in through the front window, sat in the cab, released the parking brake, and dug up a 9-meter tow rope from inside the truck. Sure enough. Beaters like this are the most likely to break down mid-trip. How could it not have a tow rope? I immediately hitched the box truck behind my base vehicle. Circling around to the rear, I saw the back door wasn't locked, just latched, and it was empty inside. Saved me a lot of trouble. All right, time to get to work. A pig this huge, I couldn't move it alone, so I had to cut it up. I tucked the dagger at my waist, then grabbed a fire axe and a hacksaw from the auto shop. I'd worked out a lot during my college years, so I was in decent shape. I sized up the boar's neck and brought the axe down with one swing. Take away as much as I could. To my delight, after removing the crystal core, the meat was noticeably easier to cut. The once rock-hard flesh had turned tender. Never mind the hacksaw. Even the dagger could slice it, about the same as cutting ordinary pork. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. While I was busy, when Xiao Yan's shout came from the vehicle, tinged with panic. And no wonder she panicked. She'd fainted, and now she'd woken to find the prefab sheds all in ruins, even the vehicle windows blown out, and no sign of me. Who wouldn't be scared? I'm here, I called back. She let out a long breath, unbuckled her seatbelt, and stumbled down from the vehicle. But the moment she saw the scene outside, she froze stiff. She saw me holding a fire axe, hacking away at the boar swing after swing, and that monster which had once swept everything aside, whose single roar could stop her heart. Now it wasn't so much as twitching. It was obviously stone dead. Of course, she wasn't naive enough to think I'd chopped it to death with an axe. So, it had been killed by the vehicle ramming it? She glanced back at the battered base vehicle, her eyes full of disbelief. This vehicle was really something. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? She asked. Getting the meat. All of this is edible. I didn't go into the details about mutated beast meat, and she didn't press. She just said, I'll help you. With a pig this big, an extra pair of hands would speed things up a lot. Her forehead was split open in a big gash, still oozing blood. She looked pretty pitiful. I hesitated, then nodded. The meat had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Remote as this place was, there was no guarantee some zombies wouldn't come wandering by. I got bandages from the vehicle and patched her up first. Then the two of us cut the meat off chunk by chunk. The meat was bright red and lean, its color even deeper than premium beef, each piece weighing tens of pounds. Absolutely top-grade stuff. The two of us hauled over 100 big chunks of meat onto the box truck bit by bit. I couldn't even bring myself to toss the pig bones, so I stuffed a big pile of those in too. By the time we finished this round, we were both wiped out. Thankfully, from start to finish, not a single zombie showed its head. Otherwise, just dodging zombies would have been more than enough to keep us busy. I got back into the vehicle, flopped onto the sofa, and gasped for breath. Even though I'd just walked out of death's door and was exhausted to the point of falling apart, my heart was full of solid contentment and joy. This apocalypse might be a hellhole, but as long as I had this Star Seed-based vehicle, I could still carve out a place for myself. Between a brutal fight and butchering the beast, when Xiaotian and I were both starving, I sprawled on the sofa, not wanting to move a single finger. But when Xiaotian was diligent, tired as she was, she still carefully made a meal. She used chili peppers from the restaurant and made a plate of boiled meat slices and a plate of stir-fried meat, all from the boar. Before the dishes even hit the table, that rich, meaty aroma came wafting over, making me swallow hard. Just from the smell, I knew this meat couldn't taste bad. Actually, I noticed it back when I was cutting the meat. The raw meat had no gamey stink at all, just a clean fragrance instead. Right then, I'd already had a good feeling about it. From the moment I'd confirmed the apocalypse was coming, right up to now, more than a week later, I hadn't had a single proper meal, and I was starving, stomach practically stuck to my backbone. But I still held my patience and waited for her to stew the last dish, the braised pork, for a full 40 minutes. When she lifted the lid and ladled on the red broth she'd simmered beforehand, then picked up a jiggling, quivering piece and paired it with freshly cooked white rice. That flavor, I wouldn't have traded it even to a god. I took a satisfying bite and felt like it was the most delicious thing I'd ever eaten in my life. I'd figured that once the apocalypse hit, even if I didn't starve to death, I'd be gnawing on crackers and instant noodles every day. I never expected to get a meal like this. If I could get a little stronger myself, this apocalypse didn't seem so unbearable after all. Just as I was thinking that, I suddenly felt a warmth in my stomach, a barely perceptible warm current, slowly flowing out to my limbs and every part of my body. My heart stirred. So this was that so-called physique-enhancing energy. But honestly, the enhancement was minuscule. I glanced at Wen Xiaotian. By now she'd long forgotten any Leda-like image and was chomping away at the braised pork, her tongue nimbly dodging the hot broth, eating with pure gusto. From the look of her, she'd known nothing beforehand and hadn't felt that warm current at all. I silently did the math. It seemed eating this meat could strengthen the body, but very slowly. You'd have to eat it for years to get even that little bit of effect. But in this apocalypse, mutated beasts were all ferocious. Hunting even one was next to impossible. Ordinary people couldn't even eat their fill, so where would they get the chance to eat this? For them, something that only worked after long-term consumption was just wishful thinking, useless. While I was thinking, when Xiaodian noticed me watching her, her pretty face flushed, and she suddenly got embarrassed, feeling her eating manners just now had been unsightly. Toward me, a young man who'd saved her life and treated her decently, she couldn't help feeling a bit of fondness. She didn't dare hope for anything more between us down the line, but she still cared about her image after all. So she quietly reined herself in, fighting the urge to swallow a whole piece of meat in one gulp, and switched to eating in small bites instead. I saw it all and secretly found it funny. This girl could be pretty cute sometimes. So, you're pretty familiar with the roads around here, right? I asked. More or less. She wiped her mouth. I need to go somewhere, and I'll need you to guide me. Okay. That fight with the boar had left the base vehicle badly damaged, and that was what weighed on me most. It had to be fixed as soon as possible. But repairs required 1,200 liters of fuel, 200 kilograms of steel, 100 kilograms of copper, 30 kilograms of plastic, plus 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity, all of which had to be scavenged bit by bit. As for the 100 kilograms of steel to upgrade the fuel tank, that at least was relatively easy. What a damn ripoff. Apocalypse or not, fixing a good car always costs an arm and a leg. I muttered as I drove, dragging that little box truck behind me, bouncing along the potholed country highway. Towing is actually a skilled job. Normally, there has to be a driver sitting in the towed vehicle watching the distance. On downhill stretches, the rear vehicle goes faster than the front one, so you have to brake in time or you'll rear-end it. But you can't brake too hard either, or the gap widens beyond the rope's length and the tow rope snaps taut and breaks. This job is impossible without a professional driver. When Xiaodian couldn't work the brake, and neither could I. So what to do? I just gave up on it and towed the thing raw. With nobody on the brake, the rope wouldn't break, and as for rear-ending, clunk, a muffled thud at the rear, and the base vehicle jolted hard. The pig meat, still 5 or 6 tons even after being skinned and deboned, plus the weight of the box truck itself, meant that collision was no small thing. But it was fine. Keep driving. I couldn't be bothered. The base vehicle had withstood a mutated boar's charge. Would it be scared of some beat-up box truck rear-ending it? Sure enough, the vehicle's damage level held steady at 3.5, not budging an inch. But that box truck was in sorry shape. Its front end smashed to pieces, its engine probably shot. I didn't care at all. As long as its 6 wheels still turned and its steel frame hadn't fallen apart, it would do. The only thing was, dragging a big load like that made fuel consumption shoot up, and I only had 20 liters left in the tank. So as I went, I scavenged fuel along the way. This poor backwater hadn't been swept clean by the military or fleeing refugees, and most of the vehicles abandoned along the roadside still had plenty of fuel left. From those cargo trucks in front of the restaurant earlier, the small box truck alone had netted me 200 liters. The whole trip, I stopped at every vehicle I saw and pried open the fuel tanks. I felt like I was turning into a fuel rat that everyone would hate. I'd use the crowbar I'd swiped from the auto shop to pry off the fuel cap, stick a rubber hose in, put the other end in a big fuel drum, and siphon the tank dry. This too was a skilled job. Get the pressure wrong and you'd suck a mouthful of gasoline, and that taste was indescribable. But in the apocalypse, who could afford to be picky? I just hoped to get the fuel tank upgraded fast, find an abandoned gas station, and fill up 8 or 9 tons all at once, so I'd never have to worry about this again. Trip after trip, my mouth nearly cramped from all the sucking. Cargo trucks weren't bad. With luck, one could yield 70 or 80 liters. But cars were miserable. I'd spend ages prying off the cap, and because the tank sat low with barely any height difference, the siphon wouldn't work at all. I could only hold an empty drum and catch a trickle, spending forever to get a mere 20 or 30 liters. In the end, after rifling through who knows how many vehicles, I finally scraped together 6 big drums of fuel. Enough. I figured. Damn, that was exhausting. No easier than butchering that boar. This kind of work. I'd do it this time, and maybe next time, but a third round would flat out kill me. We drove along, stopping and starting the whole way, and my anxiety kept mounting. Midway, we passed a pretty big hardware store, when Xiaotian was the one who told me where it was, and I slipped in and lifted a diesel generator, plus a big drum of diesel. This hardware store was a treasure trove, so I just grabbed everything I could get my hands on. Hammers, files, electric drills, and stuffed them all into the base vehicle and the little box truck behind it. Even the box truck's smashed-up cab was packed full. By the time I'd crammed it all in, I'd figured something out for sure. Upgrading the storage space was something I'd have to do sooner or later. There was a whole pile of things I wanted to upgrade, but where was I going to find that many mutation crystal cores? A single boar had nearly killed me, okay? Along the way, we ran into a few wandering zombies too. The vehicle was damaged, but the only thing broken was the instant acceleration. Ramming a few ordinary zombies to death was still no problem. Bumping and jolting along like this, it took me a full day before I finally rattled my way to the destination. It was a 3-story black building, looking somewhat aged, sitting in the middle of a big compound of several thousand square meters. The walls were made of concrete, with a row of broken glass embedded along the top to keep people from climbing over. The main gate was a good 6 or 7 meters wide. 2 vehicles could go in and out side by side. The heavy sheet metal door looked a bit run down, and a ring of spear-tip iron spikes was welded along the top of it, giving off quite a guarded, fortress-like air. For a poor backwater like this, an iron gate this big, a compound this wide, and a 3-story building, that counted as pretty impressive. With the apocalypse here, this place was empty too. The iron sign at the entrance had half collapsed and was swaying in the wind with a creaking creak. I could make out the 7 big characters on it: Fuwang Scrap Recycling Station. Below it followed a string of smaller text: buying used building materials, buying scrap cars, buying steel, copper, aluminum, buying plastic, waste paper. According to Wen Xiaotian, this was the biggest scrap yard around, and it was even registered as a company called Fuwang Renewable Resources Recycling Environmental Protection Company, Limited. The name was both country bumpkin crude and forced fancy at once, sounding neither here nor there. But the fact that it could be run as a company meant this station really did have some scale, which was exactly why I'd set my eye on it. I stopped the vehicle, pressed a button, and the tow rope at the back detached automatically. I still didn't know the situation inside, and if a fight really broke out, I couldn't have a busted box truck dragging behind me as dead weight. The main gate was ajar. I hit the gas and rammed straight through. The compound of several thousand square meters was packed to the brim, with all kinds of renewable resources piled into mountains. There was even a forklift parked off to the side. Beep, beep, beep. I laid on the horn. Zombies home in on sound, and there was hardly any human presence within 7 or 8 miles around, so the horn wouldn't draw in any new zombies. It would only lure out the ones inside the building. Simple and safe. Sure enough, the moment the horn sounded, before long a low growl came from the black building, and a dozen or so zombies poured out. The instant they showed their heads, they hurled themselves at my vehicle like they'd gone mad. No mutated beasts. I let out a breath. If a mutated beast really had popped out, all I could do was floor it and run, leaving behind that box truck full of boar meat that would keep it busy for a while. The vehicle's instant acceleration was broken, but it could still build up speed gradually. On good roads, it could hit 150 kilometers an hour, so outrunning an ordinary mutated beast was no problem. Let me give you all a lift. Seeing the zombies rushing in, I floored the gas. Boom, boom, boom. Like a bowling ball knocking down pins, a dozen-plus zombies were scattered every which way, some crushed to death against the scrap piles. I was careful and drove back and forth several times, making sure every single one was completely finished off. Then I honked for another 5 minutes to confirm no new ones would emerge before I finally got out. When Xiaotian, you go stand watch at the main gate. If you get tired, go rest inside the building. There shouldn't be any zombies in there now. Huh? Then what about you? Fixing the vehicle. I left it at just those 2 words. I didn't want her to see the base vehicle's repair and upgrade process, so I'd sent her off. She blinked her big eyes, her face full of doubt. Fixing the vehicle? This rich young master knew how to fix cars? But then again, if I could turn a beat-up minibus into something like this, I was probably a car enthusiast, and maybe I'd put together the whole modification myself with some team. A young second-generation rich kid with this kind of skill, someone who could work machinery. Now that was a real talent. She'd seen it too. I'd swept up a huge pile of tools from the auto shop and the hardware store, so maybe I really could fix the vehicle on my own. I need quiet to work on the vehicle, and I've got some modifications to think through, so don't come bother me. It might take more than a day. Grab food yourself when you're hungry, don't go starving. If anything comes up, just call my name. Having said all that, I drove the vehicle into a car shed of about 100 square meters, and she obediently went to keep watch at the gate. This scrapyard truly had everything. Whatever I fancied, I hauled it into the shed. Moving a few hundred kilograms of steel, copper, and plastic was far easier than collecting gasoline or butchering that 10-ton boar. My plan was to upgrade the fuel tank first, then repair the base vehicle. At first I'd eyed a few construction scaffolds, thinking I'd use them for steel. But these second-hand goods were coated with a lot of cement residue, and I wasn't too satisfied. Most of the scrap steel was rusted through, though there were a few disassembled machine tools made of good steel, just smeared with machine oil, but a wash would make them usable again. As for copper, it was even harder to find. I only dug up a few copper hot pots, clearly not enough. But when I pried open the warehouse door, I froze on the spot. Inside this warehouse, there was actually a huge stash of brand new building materials. Big bundles upon bundles of new black-blue rebar, aluminum alloy profiles, coils of copper wire and cast copper pipes stacked up, plus brand new plastic water pipes and drainage pipes. All top-grade steel, copper, and plastic. This counted as scrap? I stood there dumbfounded for a good while before it clicked. Some construction crews, when they take on a project, secretly skim off a batch of building materials to haul out and sell, and the scrap yard acts as a middleman, helping them offload this shady stuff and raking in a nice profit. This was a windfall for me. If I could use the best materials, who'd bother with that junk? Excited as an industrious squirrel, I busily hauled the materials into my little den. This base vehicle would from now on be both my combat fortress and my safest home. Soon the materials were assembled, and the Starseed began scanning and modifying. First, the fuel tank upgrade. Before long, the diesel generator rumbled to life. I hooked up the power and started the repairs. The sun rose and set, and a whole day passed just like that. When I woke from a nap, the modification was complete, a brand new base vehicle, restored to its original state. The fuel tank showed no outward change, but inside, 10 cubic meters of extra space had appeared out of nowhere. Fill it up, and I'd never have to worry about gasoline again. Beep, the Starseed sounded. Fuel tank upgrade complete. Fuel capacity 10 cubic meters, equipped with automatic fuel drawing device. Host may transmit fuel drawing commands to the Starseed. An internal structural diagram of the new fuel tank appeared before my eyes. I found that it wasn't just the capacity that had been upgraded. The engine's fuel injectors, fuel line, and intake line had all been upgraded along with it. That original small tank simply couldn't feed this high-horsepower engine enough. Now that problem was completely solved. That automatic fuel drawing device especially delighted me. No more painstaking siphoning with a hose from now on. I couldn't wait to try it out. I lugged over a nearly empty fuel drum and set it by the tank's opening. I didn't even have to touch a button. With just a thought, I transmitted the fuel drawing command to the Starseed. Click! The tank opening swung open automatically, and out extended a metal tube. I couldn't tell what material it was made of. It could freely extend, retract, and bend in any direction. At the tip of the tube, besides a claw that could open and close, something glinted like a sensor. That sensor swiveled around, locked onto the drum, and the metal tube reached toward it. And in an instant, the last bit of fuel in the drum was sucked dry. This tube could siphon fuel from a drum or dock with a gas station's fuel nozzle, all controlled by my mind. With a thought, I tried making it extend farther. As it turned out, this tube could stretch to a maximum of 10 meters, though obstacles in between would cut that distance down considerably. But that already satisfied me plenty. It meant that from now on, I could fully refuel without ever getting out of the vehicle. That was so convenient, so safe. In the apocalypse, getting out to fetch fuel often meant taking enormous risks, and at a gas station in a city, It was even more of a 9 out of 10 chance of death situation. One slip and you'd be swarmed by zombies. The vehicle was good as new. Time to set out and find Jiangzhuing. Before the apocalypse, I'd been busy modifying this base vehicle, and I'd barely wrapped it up when the apocalypse arrived. This whole trip to Jinling, I'd stuck to back roads to avoid people and trouble, and I'd been held up by all sorts of things. I was frantic with worry, honestly not knowing what state my little sister was in now. First find fuel, fill up the new tank, then go find little Ing. I pulled open the door and hopped into the driver's seat. Boom. The garage door was forced right open by my ramming. Huh. The acceleration system seemed even smoother now. I hadn't used the instant ramming just now, but the moment I hit the gas, the pickup was noticeably faster. It felt like I wasn't driving a minibus at all, more like a sports car. Shifting gears, changing direction, all nimble and responsive. With the big fuel tank, all those performance capabilities that had been so tightly suppressed before were suddenly unlocked. The price, of course, was that fuel consumption had climbed another notch. Even driving conservatively, it burned 35 liters per 100 kilometers. That number sounded terrifying, but compared to this vehicle's performance, it was absurdly economical, provided I didn't call on the big guns like ramming and the air cannon. Either way, I was now truly driving a gas guzzler. Well, a gas guzzler it was. Combat power came first. If I could find a gas station that hadn't been looted, one full tank could take me nearly 30,000 kilometers, about 3/4 of the way around the Earth's equator. With a big tank, you could afford to be extravagant. Beep, beep, beep. I honked in front of the black building. Before long, when Xiaotian, who'd been hiding inside, came running out, her hair a bit messy, eyes still half open, clearly not fully awake. She'd rushed out in a hurry, and when she saw me, she stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed. But her eyes quickly glued themselves to the vehicle. That front end, which had been horrifically smashed, you could practically make out the shape of the boar's head in it, was now completely smoothed out. Even the bumper had been repaired, just like the original. This car repair skill, wasn't it a little too terrifying? Auto bodywork was no joke. Though she didn't understand the ins and outs, she knew this at least required a professional mechanic. And I, a second-generation rich kid, had actually handled it all by myself? Most unbelievable of all, even the windshield had been fixed. Fine, maybe I knew bodywork, but that glass, more than half of it shattered. How had it gone back to normal? Surely a scrap yard didn't stock minibus windshields? Get in, I said. She climbed aboard in a daze, and the moment she sat down she stared fixedly at the windshield. Unable to hold it in, she asked in a small voice, "This glass." The glass? Oh. I gave a dry cough and lied through my teeth. I had a spare stored in the storage box under the vehicle. A spare? Her eyes went round. She'd heard of carrying a spare tire, but never of anyone carrying a spare windshield. This was too absurd. Of course, no matter how wild her imagination ran, she'd never guessed that this vehicle of mine was flat-out cutting-edge tech through and through, with a built-in self-repair function. She had her doubts, but she could only accept this explanation. That town up ahead is where my home is. If you want a gas station, there's one in town. The whole way here had been poor backwaters and country lanes. Gas stations, naturally, wouldn't be set up in places like these. And now, at last, I was about to come across my first gas station. Finally, a gas station. The ones on the highways had long been taken over by the military. Once the apocalypse hit, gasoline was just as critical a resource as food. But this rural town was out of the way and cut off, with zombies all along the roads leading to it. I was certain the military couldn't possibly reach a nook like this anytime soon. This gas station, it had real potential. After the fuel tank upgrade, all those fuel-hungry performance features on the vehicle were unlocked, so refueling was now an urgent priority. A straight country highway, a narrow two-lane road, lined on both sides with decades-old locust trees, each one tall and thick. In years past, come summer, this place bloomed with snow-white locust flowers, and beekeepers came in droves to set out their bees and sell honey fresh right by the roadside. But now, with the apocalypse looming, scenes like that were gone. All that was left by the road were a few abandoned, broken beehives. Several derelict vehicles lay across the road, their drivers long since vanished. This was the little town where when Xiao Yan's home was. The center held all of 2 intersections, a place no bigger than the palm of your hand. All the shops, small restaurants, and the rural credit co-op were crammed onto these few crossing streets. Screech, a light braking, and I stopped the vehicle at an intersection. Immediately after, clunk. The little box truck behind gave the rear another intimate collision, jolting the whole vehicle. When Xiaotian bounced in her seat and looked back uneasily at the rear, we'd been towing that box truck this whole way and had rear-ended who knows how many times. Was smashing into it like this really okay? Sitting in the driver's seat, I scanned my surroundings. Beside the intersection was a noodle shop, and several vehicles were parked haphazardly on the road, one having crashed straight into a lamppost, its front end caved in deeply, brown scabs of dried blood congealed on the shattered glass. There was no telling whether the people inside had died in the crash or been dragged out and eaten by zombies. My home, it's in a little alley up ahead, about 200 meters. When Xiaoyan's voice was tight, the closer she got to her front door, the more her heart churned. She'd barely slept a wink the night before, jolting awake from nightmare after nightmare. All images of her family torn limb from limb by zombies, or turned into zombies themselves. Now, seeing her hometown in such a wretched state, her panic only grew until she almost didn't dare go home. But home was right ahead. Scared as she was, she still had to go back. But I wasn't in a hurry to drive on, nor did I get out. I just gripped the steering wheel, seeming to mull something over. What's wrong? She asked uneasily. She'd assumed I'd stopped by the noodle shop to get out and scavenge some food, but apparently not. Strange, something's off about this town, I said, as if to myself. She was startled, not understanding what was wrong. It's too quiet. A town like this has to have at least 30 or 40,000 people. The town center is the most densely populated. There ought to be several thousand gathered here, at the least. But look now, there are hardly any zombies on the road. I looked out. In the distance, only a scattered few wandered around, and that was it. By all rights, even if this commercial district wasn't packed with zombies, there should have been a few thousand. Driving over and crushing them wouldn't be hard, but it would be gory the whole way, and if a mutated beast happened to burrow out of that zombie pile, the danger factor would shoot right off the charts. This situation actually made things easier, but it left me with an odd feeling instead. Why, yeah, that's right. When Xiaotian, preoccupied with worry over her family, hadn't noticed this anomaly. It's not just that there are few zombies. The road isn't as blocked as I'd expected, either. Your town didn't have many vehicles to begin with, but with the apocalypse hitting so suddenly, all the crashes should have jammed the roads solid by now. Yet look, this road is still passable. There were plenty of derelict vehicles on the road, but most were parked off to the side. The few that had flipped in the middle had open space on either side, so getting around them was easy. So you mean? She noticed it too. This road had probably been cleared by someone. Could a military unit have come? A sliver of hope suddenly lit up in her eyes. If that were the case, her family's safety might have a chance. Probably not. I shook my head. The National Army wasn't exactly abundant. Once the apocalypse hit, being able to handle the big cities was already a stretch. Where would they find the spare effort to bother with a tiny out-of-the-way town like this? That's true. The little light in her eyes dimmed again. She knew too that what I said was right. It was just that she was too rattled right now to think straight. We'll understand once we go in. I started the vehicle and moved slowly forward, warily scanning all around. Those zombies were still far off, and starting up and driving hadn't made much noise, so it hadn't alerted them. The slowly creeping minibus was like a disguise sneaking into the town, worming its way in without anyone noticing. But what I didn't know was that at that very moment, my vehicle was falling within the field of view of a pair of binoculars. Brother Zhang, someone's coming. A scrawny young man, dark and skinny as a monkey, chuckled. Might be some loot in it for us. Oh, the one called Brother Zhang was a solidly built man in a tight tank top, his muscles bulging, looking like a personal trainer at a gym. He took the binoculars and looked, a beat-up minibus, and what made him want to laugh and cry was that this thing was towing an even more beat-up box truck, smashed to a wretched state, its front end put through who knows how much torment, all its paint stripped off. Junk like that. Even a scrap yard would turn its nose up at it, and yet it was being dragged around? You call that loot? I think your brain's flooded with water. Brother Zhang cursed irritably. That's some hick from God knows what mountain hollow, probably thinking of throwing in with the military. That piece of junk, I wouldn't take it even for free. The scrawny monkey put on a fawning look. Didn't brother you tell us to find fuel and food? The car doesn't look like much, sure, but it drove in from outside town, so there's bound to be some stock on board. Maybe even some country goods. We've pretty much scraped clean everything worth scavenging in town. Even a grasshopper's leg is still meat. Besides, a lewd smile crept across his face. Maybe there's a country girl in the car too. Brother Zhang mulled it over for a moment, then swung a leg over a motorcycle and waved his hand behind him. The scrawny monkey scrambled eagerly onto the back seat, a steel pipe slung over his shoulder. Brother Zhang let out a domineering roar. "Boys, follow me." Vroom. The motorcycles roared to life. 7 or 8 vehicles, each carrying 2 or 3 people, a whole pack of thug-looking bikers, swarmed toward my minibus like a plague of locusts. The base vehicle rolled along slowly. "Turn left here, then drive a little farther down this road, and we'll be there," when Xiaodian said, pointing at the road. The words had barely left her mouth when I suddenly cranked the wheel, and the snail-paced nose of the vehicle jerked to one side. When Xiaodian cried out, her body swaying along with it. Thankfully, she was strapped in. She'd only been startled by the sudden turn. Huh. On a motorcycle that had just charged out of an alley hugging the side of the vehicle, the young rider froze. He'd meant to sneak attack from the side and smash the window, but he hadn't counted on this young driver being so quick to react despite driving slowly. The vehicle changed direction fast too, and, caught completely off guard, he nearly took a nosedive, man and bike together. Vroom, vroom, vroom. When Xiaodian had barely lifted her head when she heard engines roaring from every direction. She whipped her head around and was so shocked she couldn't speak. 7 or 8 motorcycles had all emerged from the alleys, circling our vehicle. The young men on them were either gripping iron bars or hefting axes, clearly not decent folk. The one who'd nearly wiped out earlier swung around to the front, cursing. "Son of a bitch, stop the car." Brother Jiang. When Xiaodian looked at me nervously. This crowd was vicious looking. Running into living people instead of zombies in the apocalypse should have been a good thing, but right now her heart held nothing but fear. I silently eyed those motorcycles. Their ill intent was obvious, so why should I stop? So even after hearing that young man shouting, I didn't ease up in the slightest. Seeing me completely ignore him, that young man sped around to the back, and told Brother Zhang, he won't stop. The scrawny monkey behind Brother Zhang asked urgently, "Is there a girl?" "Looks like there's one." "Haha." The scrawny monkey immediately rubbed his hands together. "Force him to stop." Dragging a busted box truck. Where does he think he's gonna run? "What do you say, Brother Zhang?" He didn't forget to check in. Brother Zhang nodded. "Force him over, smash his windows. Everyone be careful." "No problem." 7 or 8 motorcycles closed in with a roar, pressing toward the minibus. When Xiaodian watched helplessly as a motorcycle pulled up beside the window. Through the glass, the 3 young men on it flashed her wicked grins, hollering and shouting. Then bang. The 2 in the back seat swung their steel pipes, slamming them hard against the window. "Ah." She instinctively flinched back. "Don't be scared," I said, not even glancing over. Was bulletproof glass something a steel pipe could shatter? Compared to the strength of that mutated boar, their little bit of muscle was purely for show. And those 2 didn't get off easy either. The glass was fine, but the steel pipes bounced right back, one of them flying clean out of the wielder's hands, and both of their arms stinging from the recoil. At that point, I slowly pressed the gas and started to pick up speed. Who exactly are these people? When Xiaodian looked back at them, still shaken. "Robbers," I said. "Robbers." She stared wide-eyed. "Robbing people at a time like this? Or maybe they're after the girl," I added. She froze, then instinctively tightened her collar. From the way those men had looked at her, it very likely was. I planned to shake off this pack of bikers first. Damn it. Stop the car right now. One setback after another, and instead of giving up, this bunch was now thoroughly enraged. Vroom, vroom, vroom. A few more of them pulled up, this time hugging my side. On one of them, a young man rose up from the back seat, raising an axe high, glaring at me in the driver's seat with a vicious sneer. I frowned, watching the bike close in, listening to the numbers the star seed kept reading out in my ear, and suddenly swung the wheel again. Bang! The man had just raised his axe to swing when the minibus, whipping over, rammed him head-on. Man and bike lost their balance together and crashed to the ground, sliding a good distance. The young man sprawled on the ground and started howling like a stuck pig. "This driver's got some skill," Brother Zhang said, taken aback. He hadn't expected that coming to rob a mosquito's leg, he'd run into a tough nut. But so what if he could drive? It was just a beat-up minibus. "Everyone, force him over. Puncture his tires," Brother Zhang bellowed. The scrawny monkey behind him immediately whipped out a bag stuffed with all kinds of tire-puncturing junk. All he had to do was cut in front of the vehicle and scatter it. The rest of the motorcycles, hearing the shout, all pressed in. But before they could make their move, the minibus suddenly made a sharp turn, swinging around to face them head-on. I looked at this swarm of locusts, my expression grim. I'd only wanted to shake them off and be done with it, but they'd stuck to me like a bunch of leeches. And that axe swing just now had clearly been aimed at my life. Since they were so vicious, there was no reason for me to show mercy either. Seeing the minibus turn around of its own accord, Brother Zhang froze, unable to figure out what this driver was up to. What's he doing? Pulling out of town. But the next second, his pupils contracted sharply. This minibus suddenly accelerated and charged straight at him. On the frontmost motorcycle, the guy was still waving an iron bar and shrieking, not reacting at all before the minibus rammed him flying. The vehicle didn't pause for even a moment, plowing straight ahead. Shit! The guy on another motorcycle instantly sensed something was wrong and frantically swerved to the side. But this minibus, big and clunky as it obviously was, turned even more nimbly than a motorcycle and chased right after him. Bang! Man and bike alike were smashed into a roadside shop. The huge crash, coupled with the screams, left the remaining bikers' hearts pounding, every one of them staring in dumbstruck horror. Flipping two motorcycles in a row, this driver was ruthless enough. Then the minibus reversed out and steadily fixed itself on Brother Zhang's bike once more. Holy crap, Brother Zhang's heart hammered. This rundown minibus now gave him the illusion of being locked onto by some savage beast. That old front end, the kind you'd see on any street, seemed like a pair of ice-cold eyes staring at him, making his skin crawl. When that beat-up minibus suddenly accelerated and charged at Brother Zhang, every scheme in his head vanished, and he bolted straight into a side alley. Behind him came a sharp, ear-splitting screech of braking. Brother Zhang glanced back, looking at that old front end, and his mind still reeled. What the hell kind of car was that? Brother Zhang, what do we do now? The scrawny monkey still hadn't recovered, looking like a man who'd just narrowly escaped death, his throat dry and aching. How the hell should I know? Brother Zhang cursed. His heartbeat still hadn't settled. This minibus was big and battered, dragging a burden behind it. Who could have imagined its performance would be this fierce? And that windshield, 2 whacks, and it still hadn't broken. 3 bikes flipped in total, and the guys on them were probably done for. Even if they weren't dead, in times like these, serious injuries had no treatment. How was he going to explain this to Brother Yu later? On my end, seeing the remaining bikers all duck back into the alleys, I slowly stepped on the brakes and brought the vehicle to a steady stop, when Xiaotian still wore a dazed expression. From the moment I rammed the first bike, she'd squeezed her eyes shut, but she'd probably heard enough of the commotion afterward to understand. Those few who'd been hit were most likely either dead or badly hurt. But if I hadn't done that, if the 2 of us had fallen into that gang's hands, our fate would have been even worse than theirs. She turned to look at me and saw me softly exhale a couple of breaths, steadying myself, then calmly meet her gaze. Those people won't be popping up again anytime soon. You said earlier, where's your home? My memory was decent, but finding my way really wasn't a strong point, especially in a place I'd never been. Guided by her, I drove the vehicle up to the gate of a compound and stopped. The wall wasn't high, and the yard inside wasn't big either, planted with some flowers and grass, with a small vegetable patch carved out in one corner where a row of gray perforated bricks held scallions growing quite nicely. The ground was concrete, and moss and weeds grew along the base of the wall. The low 2-story building was clearly in the old style of the 90s, yet those old windows had been wiped spotless. "This is my home," when Xiaotian said, her voice trembling. She twisted her fingers nervously, bit her lip, and suddenly stood up from the passenger seat, about to head for the door. Wait a second. I called her back and honked the horn twice. Beep, beep, crisp and clear, not harsh. Through the windshield, I stared at the little building, then swept my eyes over the surroundings. In the buildings nearby, no zombies showed their heads. The moment the horn sounded, when Xiaoyan's heart leapt into her throat. She stared fixedly at that security door, terrified it would suddenly shudder and some sound would come from within. I honked several times in a row, not the slightest anomaly. I looked at her, signaling that there was no danger and she could get out. She nodded uneasily, took a deep breath, and finally worked up the courage to push the door open and get out, walking into the yard. I watched her reach the front door. Her hand shook badly as she pulled out her keys, and it took her a good while to get the door open. I understood her mood well. If not for safety, I really would have wanted to go down and keep her company. But this town felt off, surrounded on all sides by residential buildings, yet with hardly any zombies in sight. While observing my surroundings, I'd noticed that many doorways and windows were stained with blood. Before long, when Xiaoyan came out of the house and returned to the vehicle, her face blank. "How is it?" I asked at once. When she'd gone in earlier, all I'd heard was her calling out to her family, nothing else. From the look of her, the situation was probably not good. "There's no one home," she said. "Inside it's a mess. Garbage all over the floor, the furniture's been moved around, the fridge door's open, all the food gone." "Maybe they escaped," she said, a sliver of hopeful longing in her eyes. I looked at that door and said nothing, but in my heart I thought it unlikely. If they'd really fled under those circumstances, why would the door still be properly locked, all the windows shut, even the curtains drawn tight? And if they'd fled, they wouldn't have wrecked the house like that. Taking food was normal enough, but why move the furniture? While I was still mulling it over, when Xiaoyan had already gone completely blank. She'd come home to find no one, not even a note left behind, no word at all. She suddenly had no idea what to do. Actually, when she'd decided to come back, she'd already considered this possibility, but now that it had happened, she was still at a loss. "When Xiaoyan," I said suddenly, "you said earlier that something was missing from the sofa?" She was startled. "Blankets and stuff. Besides those, what's the garbage on the floor?" She didn't understand why I was asking. "I already looked all over. My family didn't leave anything for me. Not left for you. Look around here. There are so few zombies, and the house is shut up with the curtains drawn. It's very possible someone's still living inside. There are blankets on the sofa. Maybe someone's been sleeping there. And if there's household garbage too, that makes it even more telling." I laid out my deduction. This was something I'd worked out by staring at a pile of details. Otherwise, I'd never have said it offhand and given her false hope. Her eyes grew wider and wider. "Go back in and take another look. Confirm whether it's like I said." Before I'd even finished, she'd already bolted from the vehicle, moving far faster than before. After checking again and again, my deduction proved correct. With the hint, when Xiaoyan quickly found plenty of signs of someone living in the house, a water bucket in the bathroom, fresh food scraps in the garbage bags, and strings of footprints on the floor. My insight left her deeply impressed. I hadn't even gotten out of the vehicle, yet just from her description, I'd deduced something so crucial. "So what do we do now?" Knowing her family might still be alive, she was so excited her voice trembled. She was actually quite decisive most of the time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made up her mind to beg me to bring her back. But the whole trip, I'd been the one making the decisions that got them here safely. So even though her family might be right in front of her, she still wanted to hear my opinion. "Let's just wait here," I said, glancing around. This spot was reasonably safe. I laid the seat back and reclined, closing my eyes to rest. I'd been driving this whole stretch, and though I rested at night, I was still worn out. When Xiaoyan definitely wouldn't be able to sleep, so it worked out for her to keep watch. Actually, even without anyone on watch, it wouldn't be much of a problem. As long as the doors were locked, the base vehicle was a scaled-down mobile fortress. Ordinary zombies, even mutated beasts, couldn't flip it or wreck it in one go, and I'd have plenty of time to react. She watched me lying back and noticed my breathing quickly become even and long. I'd really fallen asleep. She muttered to herself, thinking I seemed like someone who was never afraid, calmly following my own plans no matter what happened. But to say I wasn't scared at all, that didn't seem possible either. She kept glancing around, as if her family might turn the corner of some alley the very next second. More than an hour later, I suddenly opened my eyes, the seat snapping upright at the same time. Sounds like someone's coming. A patter of footsteps came from the alley on the left. After the apocalypse, my sleep had grown lighter. Actually, I'd woken up a while ago and had just kept resting. With my eyes closed, I was even more attuned to the movements around me. Yeah, when Xiaotian tensed up too, she'd heard it as well. She bit her lip, her heart racing, staring at that alley mouth. I laid a hand on the steering wheel, a trace of wariness in my eyes. Who knew whether that pack of bikers might come back for a rematch? The footsteps drew closer and closer, chaotic and jumbled, probably quite a few people. Soon, about a dozen men and women hurried out of the alley. They walked while warily scanning all around, some carrying sacks and packs, the rest gripping weapons like lengths of rebar, old and young alike, all clearly ordinary people. When Xiaotian threw herself against the window, eagerly sweeping over each face, picking them out one by one. First came anxious disappointment. How could none of them be? Then she suddenly craned her neck, eyes going round. Lulu, Lulu. She waved both hands excitedly. Following her gaze, I saw a girl whose figure somewhat resembled hers, younger, with her hair in a ponytail, her face grimy, wearing a dust-covered windbreaker, a canvas bag on her back, and an iron bar in her hand, looking utterly exhausted. When Xiaotian waved frantically behind the window, momentarily forgetting that no one could see inside from the outside. Those people walked over, and seeing this vehicle, they all froze. I saw that after their surprise, their faces showed both fear and disgust, plus a hint of confusion, an unsure look. That ponytailed girl hurriedly pulled a package of something from her bag and stuffed it into her loose windbreaker. The people beside her watched, but didn't stop her. Then, cautiously, they began to approach the minibus. When Xiaotian, I called out. Only then did she snap out of it. She turned and ran for the door, saying excitedly, "Brother Jiang, I saw my little sister." "That's good," I said, still sitting in the driver's seat, watching her rush out, round the front of the vehicle and emerge from behind it. Those people were eyeing the vehicle suspiciously when suddenly a young girl came scrambling out from behind the front, her expression thrilled. They all jumped in surprise. Before they could react, and equally stunned when Lu had already dashed over, and the two sisters clung tightly to each other. Lulu, when Xiaotian's eyes went moist. When Lu was crying too. "Sis, I never thought I'd get to see you alive again." The survivors looked at one another, utterly baffled. After crying for a while, when Lu wiped her tears and turned to tell the group, "This is my older sister." One survivor blankly glanced at Wen Xiaotian. "Your sister? I remember you saying your sister was at Jiangbei University, right?" Jiangbei was quite far from here. In the apocalypse, that kind of distance was an insurmountable gulf for ordinary people. Being separated by life and death, never to meet again, was the most ordinary thing imaginable. When Lu stared at her sister's face a few more times, then laughed through her tears. "Sis, how on earth did you get back? I thought I'd never see you again in this life." When Xiaotian was overjoyed, pointing at the minibus behind her. "It's Brother Jiang. He drove the whole way from Jiangbei with me." "Drove? In that car?" Not just when Lu, but all the survivors stared at this beat-up minibus and the wrecked little box truck it was towing, with utterly disbelieving eyes. A car like that, driven all the way from Jiangbei. And who's Brother Jiang? When Xiaotian pulled Wen Lu to the front of the vehicle, and the others gathered around curiously too. A dozen or so people looked through the windshield at me in the driver's seat, faces full of astonishment. I gave them a wave. The moment I raised my hand, I felt a bit awkward. Though this group said nothing, I'd already read one line in their eyes. "You're kidding us, right?" I was still sitting in the vehicle, carefully studying the map from this town to Jinling on my tablet, when I turned my head to glance at the two-story building of the Wen family. When Xiaotian had been inside for over an hour now, the two sisters were in a room on the second floor. As I looked over, the curtain of that room stirred, and when Lu's face poked out from behind it, glancing over at my vehicle before quickly ducking back in. I paused, then raised an eyebrow indifferently and went back to the map. "Sis, he really killed a mutated boar?" Inside, when Lu set down the curtain, her face still full of disbelief. "That pig, was it really that terrifying?" "Of course, Everything I told you is true. When Xiaoyan's eyes were red. When Lu had just told her that both their parents were gone. Conditions had been too dire, and they'd only been able to bury them hastily. Actually, on the whole trip here, when Xiaoyan had come to feel that being laid to rest in the ground was itself a comfort. Far more people couldn't even leave their bones behind. But even so, she was grief-stricken, and the two sisters had held each other and wept for a solid hour before finally managing to hold back their sorrow. Once calm, when Lu asked her sister in detail about the whole journey, the more she listened, the less she could believe it. That fellow called Zhang Lushir looked about the same age as her sister, probably a college student too, and not even that sturdily built. Just these two people, driving a beat-up minibus, had made it safely from Jiangbei all the way to this little town, fighting their way out of zombie hordes, and even ramming a mutated boar to death. Even with the facts laid out in front of her, it still carried an air of unreality. Whatever the case, we really have to thank him properly, when Lu said. When Xiaoyan nodded and glanced out the window again. Actually, she'd only told her sister part of it. There were things about me and about this vehicle she hadn't mentioned, like the part about cutting up the boar meat and putting it in the vehicle. Running into the bikers earlier had made her more guarded toward strangers. Oh, right, Lulu. All these people from our town, what's their story? When Xiaoyan asked. Once those survivors knew her identity, they'd all curiously sized up her and the vehicle. She didn't think her sister would be mixed up with the bikers, but as for the backgrounds of these unfamiliar faces, she still had her doubts. They're all residents of the town. Sis, your memory's really terrible. You can't even recognize Annie Lee's daughter from next door? So they were just ordinary neighbors. After the apocalypse, we gradually banded together, finding food together during the day, taking turns on watch at night. At this point, there's not much difference between anyone. It's kind of like primitive society, working together, splitting things evenly, when Lu went on. That must be really dangerous. When Xiaoyan said with concern. Her sister was just a high schooler. She used to be scared half to death by a single cockroach, and now she actually had to go out to find food. But she understood too. To survive, you had to rely on yourself and shoulder your share of responsibility. It's okay. It used to be dangerous, but there aren't many zombies now. It's those people who are disgusting. When we first saw your minibus, we thought it was them coming again. When Xiaoyan paused. You mean those guys on the motorcycles? When Lu's eyes went wide. You ran into them? What happened? Did they do anything to you too? She asked urgently. Nothing happened. When Xiaoyan recounted the events. When she got to the part about how I'd cleanly rammed that gang away, when Lu couldn't recover for a long while. Oh my God, you still haven't said why those people would come to our house, when Xiaoyan asked anxiously. When Lu had used the word again, which clearly meant they'd been here before. Having witnessed that gang's disgusting behavior, when Xiaoyan suddenly grew worried for her sister. They come to collect protection money, when Lu said, frowning, her face full of disgust. These people have a boss who lured all the zombies away, so he collects protection money from us survivors. At first we figured, since the area is safe now, it was fair enough to pay a little price. But they're too vicious, they're basically squeezing us to death. As she spoke, she dragged a grimy hat and scarf out from under the bed. Before, they even forced several girls to become their girlfriends, so I just don't change my clothes, and when they come I have to put these on. A girl who loved being clean, forced into a state like this. When Xiaoyan felt both heartache and anger. There's no other way, when Lu said helplessly. Ordinary people like them couldn't do anything. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Being alive is good enough. Sis, have you eaten? Downstairs, when Xiaoyan saw the survivors all quietly busy at work, either checking weapons or sorting food. What they pulled from their bags was mostly snacks, the packaging grimy and covered in dust, and quite a few crushed flat, some bags even stained with nauseating blood. A girl wearing rubber gloves was holding a small basin, washing these packages. Xiaoyan. The girl looked up and smiled, greeting when Xiaoyan. This was Auntie Lee's daughter that when Lu had mentioned. No wonder when Xiaoyan hadn't recognized her earlier. She too was covered in grime, her hair gone gray with dust, unwashed for who knew how long. Only like this could they make that pack of bikers find them repulsive enough not to set their sights on them. Even less food today. It's getting harder and harder to find. A middle-aged man complained as he sorted the food. An old man in his 60s chimed in. It's not like we came away empty-handed. We found half a bag of rice at somebody's house today, didn't we? That's good stuff. That may be, but we still have to hand over half. What's left will only last a few meals, the middle-aged man said, his brow furrowed with worry. Being able to eat a few hot meals is good enough. The old man was quite the optimist. He looked at Wen Xiaodian. Lulu's sister arrived today. That's a happy occasion. How about we fire up the stove and cook a proper meal today? Oh, I couldn't possibly. Wen Xiaodian quickly declined. Go call that young fellow over too, so we can all eat together, the old man said. I'll go rinse the rice right now. I'll go call him. Wen Lu, ignoring her sister's frantic waving, rushed out the door in high spirits and made a beeline for the minibus. After hearing all her sister's stories, she was dying of curiosity about me. Knock, knock. Wen Lu rapped twice on the vehicle door, peering curiously inside. But the windows and doors were all tinted. Even pressing her face against them, she couldn't see in from the outside. After her sister's description, she was intensely curious about this vehicle. From the outside, it looked every bit like an old minibus running the town-to-country routes. Could the inside really be an RV? Without seeing it with her own eyes, she just couldn't picture it. Hearing the knock, I turned to glance over and pressed the button to open the door. Wen Lu boarded eagerly, her eyes darting around, unable to wait to take it all in, saying, Hi, I've come to invite you to Wo. The scene inside the vehicle cut her sentence short, and she couldn't help crying out. The interior was decorated and arranged with real care. The space wasn't large, yet it had everything, furniture packed to the brim into the limited space, and it didn't feel the least bit cramped or stifling. She swept her gaze around, her eyes lighting up. After the apocalypse, though she still lived in her own home, life was nothing like before. The water and power were cut, and there was no food. For a girl, just having a bathroom with no running water was a huge challenge, and she'd had to force herself to adapt. But right now, standing at the door of the vehicle, she was dumbstruck, not only floored by the luxury, but even more so because her sister had said I was a car enthusiast, and that I'd probably tinkered all this together myself and repaired the vehicle myself too. Yet no matter how she looked, she couldn't spot any trace of repairs. She truly couldn't imagine what her sister had described. The shattered glass, the caved-in front end. Did you need something from me? Only when I spoke did she come back to herself. Oh, sorry. Your car is just so awesome. I got totally lost staring at it, she said, laughing. Thanks. Her temperament was clearly much livelier than her sister's, but the two of them shared one thing in common. When they smiled, there was a genuine warmth to it. I've come to invite you to eat. We got lucky today. We found half a bag of rice, so we can fry up a fragrant meal. You brought my sister home, so thank you so much. Good thing you two arrived today, or we wouldn't even have anything to thank you with. As she spoke, she seemed happy to be able to offer me the best food they had. Being able to eat fried rice was indeed a rare treat. After they'd eaten through the food stores of their own homes and the neighbors, they'd gone hungry a couple of meals. Once the fridge lost power, a lot of food had rotted, and there wasn't much to be dug out of residents' homes to begin with. Even when they found some, they had to risk zombies hiding in the houses. On top of that, the bikers had long since looted the supermarkets and corner shops clean, leaving them with pitifully few places to scavenge. This half bag of rice had truly come at great cost. In Wen Lu's eyes, this journey of mine and her sister's must have been even harder than their own. No food to find, on edge the whole time, probably half-starved. No need, I answered, completely against her expectations. She froze for a moment, then said, Don't be polite. It's just one meal. Compared to you bringing my sister home, it's really nothing. I'm not being polite. I really don't need it, I said with a smile. These people were living so hard. How could I bring myself to eat their food? Besides, having eaten mutated beast meat, I honestly had no great expectations for any fried rice. On the other hand, toward these dozen-plus unfamiliar survivors, I harbored a trace of wariness. My vehicle was full of grain and gasoline, and the box truck I was towing held genuine top-grade meat. In the apocalypse, faced with the temptation of so much food, there was no telling whether others might not develop wicked intentions. Wen Lu, unwilling to give up, urged me a few more times, but seeing me still shake my head, she had to let it go. She turned to get off the vehicle, then suddenly remembered something, walked back, and fished something out from inside her coat. This is what I hurried to hide earlier when I mistook you for one of the bikers. You brought my sister home, so I absolutely have to thank you. Take it, and don't say no again. Without another word, she stuffed it into my hand. I was startled. Up close, Wenlu was actually pretty cute, just a little grimy in the face. Seeing her puff out her cheeks, as if she'd get angry the moment I refused again, I couldn't help finding it amusing. All right, I'll take it. It was actually just a crushed pack of crackers. But from the warmth still lingering on it, I could tell this pack of crackers was precious to her too. Though I wasn't short on food, I took it and set it aside carefully. Is food really tight for you all? I asked. Actually, what we scavenge is barely enough, but those bikers are a pack of bloodsuckers. They squeeze us way too hard, Wenlu said, shaking her head. Bikers? Yeah, my sister told me. It's that gang you two ran into. She recounted everything she'd told her sister, word for word, and added at the end, those guys are real bullies. They only met their match in you, finally got a taste of losing for once. But they did do one good thing. The town used to have a terrifying number of zombies, and it was their boss who lured them all out to the town's outskirts. Oh, lured the zombies away? I suddenly grew interested in this boss. How had he lured so many zombies away? I'd already felt something was off about this town. Abnormally few zombies, but I hadn't expected they'd been lured off by someone. A zombie or two, you could find a way to deal with. But once the numbers grew large, ordinary people who ran into them had no fate but to be torn apart and devoured. They couldn't even run. This boss could actually lure away whole hordes of zombies? Those bikers, they all follow him. Have you seen this boss? I asked. These people are all his underlings, throwing their weight around with him, Wenlu said. Anyway, I've heard he's really formidable, not an ordinary person. Some people resisted him before and were all killed by him, though I've never seen him. Of course, best I never do. Running into him would mean nothing good. Not an ordinary person. The more I heard, the more curious I got. Oh right. As Wenlu spoke, she suddenly realized something, and deep worry surfaced on her face. They're coming to collect supplies again today. If they see your car, they'll definitely come make trouble for you. Is that so? Though I sympathized with Wenlu and the others' plight, at the bottom of it, I wasn't too moved. The bikers were certainly hateful, but it was precisely because of their boss that this area was free of zombies. That was a fact too. So although Wenlu was full of hatred and resentment, she didn't resist. First, because the other side was too strong to resist. Second, because right now they went hungry because of the bikers. But if zombies were everywhere, they might have already filled a zombie's belly. If taking Wenlu and Wen Xiaodian away meant I could deliver them somewhere safer and more stable, I wouldn't mind. But I didn't even know what my own road ahead would be like, and I knew nothing about the situation in Jinling. If I took these two sisters, how would I care for them down the line? So after hearing all this, I didn't know how I could help them. On the contrary, if I stayed, I might drag them into trouble because of the bikers I'd rammed to death earlier. For now, finding my sister was the top priority. Where's the gas station in your town? I hadn't come to this town just to bring Wen Xiaodian back. I had real business to attend to. The gasoline in those big cities had mostly been scooped up by the military long ago. This town was very likely my last hope before reaching Jinling. Otherwise, I'd have to keep siphoning fuel from abandoned vehicles one by one. But compared to the base vehicle's current fuel capacity, that workload was simply too enormous. A gas station? You want to refuel? Wenlu glanced at my vehicle. Her sister had said this car could ram a boar to death, so its fuel consumption had to be no small thing. And with electricity in the vehicle too, that was probably generated by burning fuel as well. Yes, I nodded. I need to add a lot of fuel. Well, about that. Wenlu looked troubled. You probably can't get to the gas station. But there are a lot of abandoned cars on the roads. With luck, you might find a few that still have fuel in them. That should be enough, right?